Good evening, everyone. Are we ready to get started? I'll take that as a yes. All right, so this is our June work session. We'll go ahead and get started with roll call. Superintendent Scott?
Yes, Madam President. Heidi Hensley.
Here.
Mary P. Bagby. Here. Linda Davis.
Here.
Dr. Patricia Yeager.
Here.
Tim Denson. Dr. Mumby Anderson.
Here.
Dr. Lakeisha Gant.
Here.
Nicole Hull.
Here.
Mark Evans.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum and we can proceed with our work session agenda. First up is the President's report, and I don't know if you guys saw in the group me, but we do have some dates thrown out there for our September retreat. We have not really started building the agenda. We do have some thoughts on what will likely be on the agenda, so we can discuss that probably at our August meeting. But we do want to go ahead and confirm a date, and that will get the ball rolling on not just building the agenda, but having, getting the facilitator and, just kind of getting everything set up. And that'll give everybody plenty of time to put it on their calendar to ensure that we're there. So let me pull up the email that had those dates. Okay. I guess I can start with September 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, and these would be full day. So just one full day. We tried 2 half days in the past, and we've tried various mechanisms of doing this retreat, and it seems like we have attrition when we do 2 half days. So I think the best thing to do is just knock the entire agenda out in one day. And that was Dr. Scott's recommendation as well. So are there any no's? Are there any absolutely not dates on that list that I shared with you guys? The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 23rd, 25th, 29th, or 30th? Let's go ahead and knock out the no's.
I'm good today. Things can change, though, so I'm making this a priority today. Yeah.
Okay.
And did you said a full day, correct?
Yes.
No Thursdays or Tuesdays will work.
Okay.
I think that was the 3rd, 29th, I think was.
Let's see. No 3rd. No.
Thursdays or Tuesdays.
No 3rd. It looks like the other dates are fine. They're not on
Okay.
Tuesday or Thursday, but the 3rd is out. Okay? Any
And-
other dates?
And if there's a majority there, I'm happy to, I don't know, if particularly, I guess, if credits are involved, I'm happy to watch the video and meet with someone if that ends up needing to be the day.
I mean, we have so many options right now. I think we could probably make it work. Any other dates that are a no? Okay, so what about a preference for a particular day, like a Friday, since we're asking people to potentially to take off work, to kind of clear their schedule, since all of these are during a work day, which was also a preference that we chose because weekends are typically really bad for some members. So, no? Okay, so then let's go ahead. Yes, Dr. Yeager.
Taking off a Friday is harder for me because I have class activities on Fridays that my co-prof can't manage remotely like he could on a Wednesday.
Okay. So no 4th or 25th?
Prefer not Friday.
Okay. So why don't we then aim for, Dr. Scott, would you prefer earlier in the month or later in the month?
I do not have a preference.
No preference, okay. So then why don't we go ahead and aim for Wednesday, September 2nd?
Works for me.
Yeah? Okay. All right, so we've got our retreat set up for Wednesday, September the 2nd. That is a full day, so we'll plan for 8 to 5, with a lunch break in the middle there somewhere. Does that sound good, Dr. Scott? Okay. All right. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to just mention, and the actual vote itself will likely happen at the end of this work session, is that I am stepping down from my chair position. So if there are any members who feel particularly strong about wanting to fill this seat, feel free to advocate for yourself, campaign, talk to your peers, text, call, sometime during this work session. And then at the end of the work session, we'll put a call out for nominations for board chair and potentially for vice chair, depending on how the nomination for chair works out. And that's all that I had, but Mr. Evans did want to take a few minutes to give an overview of what happened at GSBA last week, so I was going to give him the floor for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Went to the board chair lunch with GSBA. They talked about Legislative Day and how it was successful. They were able to get some things that they wanted to get done, and they felt that that was a part of that was, us showing up at the Capitol. And so while they don't have a date yet set, they'll have one probably at the December meeting, and I can share it then. The one thing that I want you guys to really put on your calendars, if you would please, is they are going to be having a financial literacy series here in Athens at the Hyatt. And it's not only for the school board, but it's also for the superintendent and the CFO. They are going to, they're going to have it at the Hyatt. Dr. King and Dr. Hinton are going to be leading it. It's 3 modules that are going to be, it's going to be 3.5 days as they've broken up. The first one is in March of 2027, March 24th and 25th of 2027. Then the second one is April 22nd, and then the third one is May the 6th. There will be no cost to the district. GSBA is going to pick up the tab on this. They want board members to be able to have a better understanding of the budget process, how things should be done. There was some concerns, especially with all that's been happening with Dublin City Schools, that there are lots of board members that when we have the new board member training, you have to sit through this financial literacy thing. Well, it's not very good training. I think Mr. Denson and I can attest to that. GSBA has decided to take that responsibility on themselves, and they are going to pick up the tab. So all we've got to do is show up. So I'm going to mention this probably every meeting because it's in our backyard. There's no excuse for none of us to be there, and it would be really it would be good form for us to be that board and all be there. So. Other than that, they just wanted to say, have a great summer and continue on. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Evans. All right, so the last item on the president's report is for us to discuss the candidacy or the appointing of the District 8 vacant seat. That will be vacant shortly. It's not vacant right this minute. And we do have 3 candidates who completed the application process. And I did share a folder with you all that had the application materials for all three candidates, and I just want to make sure that everybody received that packet and that you've had an opportunity to go through it, and we are all ready to hear from the candidates. Okay, great. So what we will do, it'll be a pretty straightforward process. We will call each candidate up. I don't know if candidate's the right word. Yes, okay. We'll call each candidate up, and they will have 5 minutes to tell us who they are, and what requirements, that they feel, what qualifications that they feel that they have that will, help with decision-making on the board. And then, following each presentation, the board members will have an opportunity to ask questions to each candidate. And we will rinse and repeat that process for each candidate going alphabetically. Then once that is done, I will open the floor for nominations, and any board member can nominate any of the three candidates, and then we will vote for each nomination as the nomination is put forward. And the nomination that receives the most votes will, of course, fill the seat. Are there any questions? Okay. So if each candidate can please stand, we have, and I just want to make sure that I say this right. So we have Ms. Waters, we have Mr. Simpson, and we have Mr. Osei Frimpong. And hopefully I pronounced everyone's name right, but feel free to correct me. And if you could please affirm that you have read through and qualify for this appointment via Board Policy ABCB. If you could please confirm that you have reviewed the policy. Okay, I am happy to pull it up and read it. It's pretty lengthy. I can summarize or I can read through the whole policy. Which would you all prefer? Read through the whole policy? Got you, okay. Okay, well, what I can do, Ms. Waters, is I can provide a summary, if that's helpful. Okay, I think a summary might be helpful, so I'll go ahead and do that. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, if you want to read through it while I just kind of run through I was prepared with a summary, so here we go. It outlines the eligibility requirements for serving on the Clark County Board of Education, which consists of 9 members elected from individual education districts. To qualify, candidates must be at least 21 years old, a citizen of Georgia, and a resident of the state, county, and their specific districts for at least 1 year. They must remain residents of that district while serving, or their seat becomes vacant. Candidates must also be qualified voters and meet general legal standards for holding public office, including being mentally and physically capable of fulfilling the role. The policy further places strict limits on conflicts of interest and ethical conduct. Board members cannot have certain felony convictions unless rights are restored under specific conditions. They hold other incompatible public offices, work for the school district or state education agencies, or serve on private school governing bodies. Restrictions also apply to family relationships within the district to avoid nepotism, and members must adhere to ethics and training requirements, disclose compliance annually, and avoid financial misconduct such as mishandling public funds or failing to pay taxes. Overall, this policy is designed to ensure that board members are qualified, ethical, and free from conflicts of interest that could interfere with their responsibilities. So that is, you all, I think, received a copy, so if you want to read through it, you're welcome to, but that's essentially what it states. Okay, so I did get one confirmation that they're fine with ABCB. Yes? Okay, and yes? Okay, fantastic. So now we will go alphabetically, and each candidate will have 5 minutes. Let's start. What's the alphabetical?
Mr. Osei.
Okay, Mr. Osei Frimpong. Yes, you can come forward to the mic.
Good evening. My name is Ayumi Osei Frimpong. I am vying for the position of Board Representative for District 8. And I have a little bit of literature, if that's possible, if that's appropriate.
Yeah, sure.
Just makes it easier if there are any questions.
Okay. Do we want to pause the time? Oh, okay. Yep, come on forward.
I believe there are enough copies.
Thank you.
So I'm vying for this, I'll wait.
Okay, I think we're ready.
So I'm vying for this position because I want to keep my kids in CCSD schools. I live next to a CCSD school. I believe in public schools. I trying mightily to keep my kids in public schools because I think they're institutions of self-governance, not just, good places to teach my kid, but actually institutions of self-governance where they can learn how to be free and learn how to be good, responsible people in their community for their community. And my first trouble with CCSD administration as it stands is the technology in the schools. I think from what I've seen at having 3 children in CCSD, I think we've gone headlong into a culture of technology, if not by policy, but by practice, that's not conducive to actually creating the quality of critical thinking that is, I think, going to be required. And I just want to make sure that we're going forward responsibly. And I think the stakes are rather high. And I'm heartened, actually, when I received a message from Mr. Evans that they're looking at policies to maybe lessen the casualness with which devices are used in schools. So I want to make sure that it's pulled back, because as it stands, I was disappointed when my 7th grader spent entirely too much time scrolling on YouTube Shorts while she was in class, and so I took her out of school, and she's been learning quite a bit with me at home, but I want to send her to school where she will actually learn the content. At least I think it should be disseminated. So I want to review and slow down the technology policy, but I want to hear arguments on all sides before we do this. So hard conversations with both other board members and the superintendent, I suspect, around this issue are in order, but I think that's part of the responsibility, and I think we can get through this in good stead. Also, I'm not heartened by the literacy numbers as they're published, every year on the school improvement report. At my daughter's school, 60% of Black K through 2 second graders are reading at grade level, and then 44% of 3rd through 5th graders are reading at level. And I find that unconscionable. If that kind of percentage was representative in my household, we'd be having harder conversations, probably in this room. So I think there are remedies that can be taken to address these numbers, but the numbers are persistent and possibly generational. And the intervention, I believe, is going to look different than any incremental initiatives I've seen so far. I think it's going to look a lot like parents being more involved in the school building. And that's going to be something we're going to have to talk about and work through. But I think that's what the intervention is going to require, just to get families and staff on the same page with respect to moving our students forward, because I think these numbers suggest a crisis, but I do not see, and I have not seen for the last decade, crisis action. I think we've all been too comfortable with the idea that only a fraction of our black kids can do math at grade level by the time they get to junior high school. And yeah, and we're going to have conversations, and I'd like to have conversations about whose school is it, because it seems like it's the parent school because it's their school that they entrust with their children, but it's also the staff school because that's where they work and they live. And so we need to negotiate the boundaries of that space, and I think in a thoughtful and careful way. And also we need to talk about LSGTs, but I'll field questions about that because their mandates are huge, but the problem is the principal for whom they are directly in relation with has a paycheck that comes from central office and not the LSGT, so it's already a
Apologies for that. Yeah, that was very loud, so sorry to the audience. Thank you, Mr. Osei Fringpong. Are there any questions from board members? Ms. Davis?
You were in the middle of a statement. Would you finish your statement, please?
Yes, I think we need to empower LSGTs. I think we need to empower LSGTs, but it's going to be ticklish because while their mandate is rather muscular, if you look, I look at 2.5, it's on the third page of the packet. Approve and monitor school improvement plan. Approve and monitor requests for school-level flexibility. Improve and monitor requests for school-level innovative funding. That, I think, they're actually pretty good at. That is something that I think happens. And while all LSGTs are not the same in terms of influence and efficacy across the district, I think approval and monitoring of requests for school-level innovative funding is something they do actually pretty well. Broker services with community agencies aligned with innovations. Participate in hiring the principal in case of vacancy. I think they do that rather well. Provide input on school-based curriculum and instructional materials. That I think they're largely cut out of. Once again, this is going to vary from school to school, but I think they're largely cut out of that. And if they're going to actually fulfill their codified responsibility, I think we need to create both a permission structure and possibly a policy structure where they are looped in and have a space to provide input on school-based curriculum and instructional materials, provide input on the annual school budget and human resources and personnel. Once again, I suspect this varies from school to school, but this is their codified responsibility, and I think we've given them a mandate that cannot be, that we haven't given the policy and conceptual permission for them to fulfill. And so it puts the LSGTs in a kind of bind, and I don't like putting stakeholders in a bind like that, so they sign up for a responsibility that they themselves can't administer. And I don't blame the principal for ignoring them because, once again, they're paid by the central office. So we need, I think, and this is me just throwing out a suggestion, one suggestion could be from the superintendent level, the expectation that these decisions that are conventionally, at least in some schools that I have experience with, made by the principal or the principal in league with the central administration, run through the LSGT. However, that's going to take a mandate, I believe, from the superintendent and a culture that is established by the superintendent, because the LSGTs right now have a mandate but don't have any leverage to actually enforce that mandate. And you can't expect the APs and the principals to go against the people who sign the check and instead listen to some random LSGT member. So
Mr. Fringpong,
yes.
can I cut you off on that point, and we can move on to the next board member's question, if that's okay?
Sure.
We kind of got to run through this.
Yeah,
Yes, Ms. Hull.
Good afternoon or good evening.
Good afternoon.
So you referenced, and if I didn't hear you correctly, please do clarify.
Yes.
But some of the reading initiatives that you would introduce would look at putting more parents into the school to increase those scores. And my question centers around, I guess, equity and serving in this position and being able to have a child matriculate through Wood Davis and a child attend Gaines School. a large difference in equity seems to be the resources of parents and the socioeconomic diversity at the school. So what are your ideas around equity and what that looks like for students at Gaines and for other schools that have populations where the parents don't have the privilege to take off during the middle of the day and be in the school system? What happens to those schools if we're focused, or our initial focus on increasing reading turns to parental involvement during school hours?
All right, so I think the central problem is going to be getting the attention down, right? So right now, teaching reading to 30 kids is hard. Teaching reading to 30 kids from nothing, from an unfortunate, I think, deficit in terms of preparation is hard. But it gets easier if that number is not 30, it's 15. And it gets easier if that number is not 15, it's 7.5 or 7. And it gets easier if that number is not 7, but 3. And I think that parents have a vested interest in not only their child at the school, but also the school's peer. I don't do this because I worry about my kids reading. I put Graham's scores in there at the end. She got the highest scores in Barnett Shoals, and possibly the district, and she got a perfect on her milestones, science milestones. So like, I don't do it for my kids. She'll be fine. But like, I want her prom date to be able to read. Like, I want the community to be able to read and like sustain each. And I think that parents have that kind of interest. So it's not just about the parents who happen to be able to attend an hour or two and read with children at the time, but also those parents who can do it will influence the peers of their children who are in that school. All right, so I want to be clear that I'm not saying that the parents of the struggling kids coming into the school will just help the struggling kids. I'm saying the parents of the kids' peers and that classroom who have a vested longitudinal interest that's possible that the teacher doesn't even have in the class, in the cohort, will help that cohort. And I think we have the resources in the community, especially being a university town, to tap those parents, and that will help the cohort of students rise in a Gaines school, in Whit Davis, in Barnett Shoals.
Okay. Then we have a question from, I believe, Mrs. Bagby. You had your mic on?
Yes. Thank you. My question is the same for all three of the candidates. And in that, when the schools are having their IEP meetings, the ones that I have attended, it seems that everybody's in one accord that comes to those meetings. All of the teachers, the psychologists, the counselors, they're all on the same page. And my question is regarding the IEP meeting as well as having the phones, because if all of them are on the same page, and concerning the phones, where the children are not allowed to have them, the school shootings, and the children are not able to call their parents because they don't have phones. How, to me, that feels like the board, the school staff at the school can be on the same page about the information that go out to the parents. And so I want to know, what do you think about them being on the same page and the children not having access to call their parents in case a shooting like happened in Texas and different places, and the school system is the only ones that's in charge of letting people know what happened, how it happened, when it happened, and who it happened to. So what are your thoughts on them being on the same page as far as the IEPs, as well as the children being allowed to have their phones in case of emergencies such as shootings and things of that nature? Thank you, sir.
All right, so for IEP meetings, to the extent that's possible, I think parents should be present in the meetings, because I think we try to abstract children from their parents in ways that are unbecoming and I think ineffective. In terms of shooting, I actually think they're spectacular, but statistically insignificant. And anytime, and I have my problems with Hillsman, and I have my problems with Barnard Shoals, but anytime there's been a hint of any sort of car backfiring outside of the schools, I have been notified, and in a way that I find is adequate. I find it adequate. I think it's okay that communication of that nature runs through the school administration, especially relative to the distractions phones pose at schools. I'm a huge proponent of cell phone bans, and I don't even like the one-to-one laptop technology, except I can be talked into it, and I have an open mind, I like to think, but I am okay with large-scale events being run through the central administration of that school, because in my experience, it's been adequate. It's been adequate. Anytime there's been, like I said, any police action that's been severe or any big threat of a gun or anything like that, I have received, I think, adequate communication from the school administration. So if that is the worry, I am more worried about the distraction that phones pose to the day-to-day operation of learning than I am of mass shooting events not being told in time. Because even if I'm told in time, I don't know if I want parents rushing in a mass shooting event in a healthy way. This is one of those. This is something I have to discuss with you guys. But for that reason, I'm okay with. I think the school administration has been competent in communicating to parents about potential gun violence on the campus in time.
All right. Are there any other board member questions? Let's see.
I'd like to be last, if that's okay.
You can be last. Dr. Dan. And then.
Yes, and similar to Ms. Bagby, I think this would be my question for all candidates. So based on our data, we have disparities with discipline. We have disparities, as you've mentioned, with reading, and with board members being sort of the liaise between not just the governing body, but the liaise between the school district and the community. I'm curious about what you think you will be able to do with our communities whose children might find themselves on the bad end of these disparities. What are some ways or some ideas that as a board member you can connect with those communities?
I suspect that the disciplinary disparities are downstream from skill and academic disparities, and I want to know what happens if people feel more comfortable in school and doing the schoolwork as they're supposed to do before they start spending time at school doing things they aren't supposed to do. So I strongly suspect that if we were better at skill development, and I didn't know how unfortunate the culture of skill development was at Hillsman until I was actually in there and walking around a little bit as a coach for the cross-country team and the girls' soccer team. If we were a little bit better at skill development, I think people would not feel as frustrated and act out in ways that are not helpful to the learning community. So I want to see what happens if we do that. I want to see what happens when we're committed and we show both to the parents and the students we're committed to making sure you develop skills. Because I was shocked as a cross-country coach. I had multiple 14-year-olds, 13 and 14-year-olds, who couldn't tie their shoes. And you would think that that's one, I was like, okay, that's fine. But then when I saw multiple, I realized, and then like I said, I walked around and I realized that hard skill development, things where you need to actually take time to teach people and then go back again and again and again, that's just not something we do to a lot of black boys in this district, from what I've seen in this district. What I've seen in it, one of the reasons why I'm here is the deal is if you are appropriately disciplined, if you behave correctly, we won't expect you to learn anything. If you behave correctly, if you're not a problem for the people we actually want to teach, or like who are eager to be here and easy to teach, we won't expect you to learn any content. And I think they get that from a young age, and it keeps going on and on and on and on. And so you get well-behaved, a lot of well-behaved, often black boys who have not learned the content they should have learned because nobody was willing to actually check in again and again and again to develop skills. And then they become recalcitrant for reasons. So like, I want to focus on skill development because I think the disciplinary problems are downstream of skill development, and we are atrocious, almost criminally so, about skill development.
You're going to have to wrap that up. Okay. Let's see. Miss Henson.
So you've talked a lot about what your views are for the school district, which I think are important. What do you feel like are your strengths coming into a group in implementing like your views? Like how have you been in group settings where you've been in a group and had to make decisions, and what do you think your strengths are that you could bring to this board in actually implementing the things that we want to get done?
Well, joining this board, especially now, would be joining a ship that's already at sea. So, I'm not going to come in and say, we got to do this, we got to do this. No, I have to figure out where you guys are at and what's next and the reasoning that's already antecedent to me being here, because smart people doing a job, right? So I need to figure out, and I got an email from Mr. Evans about what's next for you guys with respect to these problems. And then help out if I can, right? Because, I might be wrong about a lot of things. And there are a lot of things, I only talked about a handful of issues that I've seen that I think are important, but there are myriad, there are legion, right? So I need to understand that, not to sweat the small stuff, to let everything that's not really important defer to the judgment of those people who actually have worked with the issue. And then the things that are really important, I need to understand, that I think are really important, I need to understand where people who don't agree with me and who are like vociferously disagreeing with me, I need to understand, where they're coming from, because they're not dumb. And you guys are still representative of the people. So a good amount of humility. And I think, honestly, my greatest asset is a high tolerance of insult. Like, you can say all sorts of things about me, and I'll just kind of be okay with it because, there are bigger fish to fry. And my daughter, who's very smart, I typed this up before I came. She said, Dad, actually, Graham, what'd you say? She'll tell it. She's right, because she's often right. What did you tell me? Yeah.
Dad started with an index. It doesn't start with an index. It starts with a table of contents.
And you know what? She's right.
Indexes are at the end.
Indexes are at the end. Yeah, no, she was right. And what did I say? What did I say when you told me that?
That he said that he should, before he prints it out, he should bring me down so I can double check his work.
Nice.
Well, thank you. So yeah, I'm wrong about many things. And the people who tell me I'm wrong about many things might be 11 years old. And they are going to be right, and you just kind of accept that, and you have a good sense of humor about it, and you're grateful that, this is a team effort, and no one person has to know everything. So a good amount of humility and a sense of humor, and we can solve these problems. But I do take the problem seriously.
Okay. And Dr. Yeager.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So the board is a governance team, distinct from operations. What policies do you imagine, or changes to the budget, might you propose to achieve some of the visions that you have?
So I want to audit all the subscriptions. I worry with educational technology, the marketing of education technology. to the schools, that the schools become the laundry by which tax money goes to these companies, and at the end, we like to tell ourselves, because we really want to believe that these apps will teach our children, and they don't. And so I want to audit the money we put to the subscriptions to the education software. And even like decisions about one-to-one technology I don't love, even if the computers are free. That might be like a drug pusher who gives you the first sample for free because they want to get your kid hooked. And just because the computers are free doesn't mean we should take them. So the first place I'm going to look is about technology. And I'm probably going to want to put more money into like actual physical books. Because my Graham read through Barnett Shoals Library and now has to get books at Cedar Shoals Library. The librarian there, Ms. Hogan, is wonderful. But like, maybe we just need more books at Barnett Shoals Library, right? So I would probably pull money out of subscriptions, put money into actual physical books, and listen to arguments about why that might not be the wisest decision. But as it stands, from what I've seen, it's what needs to happen because there are too many apps we think do instruction that don't actually do instruction. And I think we just need to cancel the subscription to the apps. Does that answer your question? Budgetary priorities? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Yeager.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Are there, Mr. Evans, I think you had a question. Okay, so if no one else has any further, okay, Mr. Evans?
So this is a yes or no question,
Yes.
so I'm not even going to start the timer. Are you willing to run for this office if you are not selected this evening? Because it will be up in November, so you would have to make your case to the citizenry, I think, is an important thing. So if you're not selected tonight, will you run in November, yes or no?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Osei Frimpong, and you are welcome to have a seat, and we'll bring up our next candidate. Thank you so much.
And Graham.
And Graham. Oh, and Graham, yes, thank you for your presentation as well.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Of course. Up next, we have Mr. Simpson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to the chair, the vice chair. My name is John L. Simpson, and I live on the east side in Cedar Creek, neighborhood with 657 homes, and I enjoy calling that place my home, living there with my wife, who's a teacher, and my two children, who are 1 and 2. So they're not here because they will tear this place up. But I am so glad to be here tonight to make my case to you as why I should be replacing Ms. Hull, who lives around the corner from me in Cedar Creek. I am from Donaldsonville, Georgia. I just want you to know a little bit about myself. I'm from Donaldsonville, Georgia, which is at the bottom left corner of the state. It's 10 minutes from Florida, 10 minutes from Alabama. I came way to Athens by way of UGA, had an incredible time at the University of Georgia. As a first-generation college student, I ended up becoming the student body president at the University of Georgia. And eventually, after graduating from the University of Georgia, I discovered I was not ready to go to law school. So I took a break, and I came over to the Clark County School District, and guess what I had? An interview. Just like this, but much smaller. Y'all are an intimidating group. Much smaller, interviewed for a position that was called the Great Promise Partnership Coordinator. And I was hired, and I worked in the Athens Community Career Academy is where my office was, and that role eventually morphed into me being the system-wide work-based learning coordinator, which was an incredible start to my career as a young professional. In that role, I was able, when we started, we had students doing internships. At that time, many of you who have a historical context know that at some point, the Clark County School District gutted all of their career tech, ag education programming, which to me was a detriment to the students because that is what provides them with the life and career skills that help them to become college and career ready. So at that time, the program was pretty much in its infancy. The Career Academy was still getting off the ground. There I worked under the direction of Dr. Lawrence Harris. At the time, we had students interning in the schools, roughly about 20 students, and then we had about maybe 10, 15 students in the Great Promise Partnership Program. By the time I left the district, which would have been 2 years later to go to law school, I would not have left that job otherwise, other than law school, because it was an incredible job. We had over 125 students participating in work-based learning opportunities in the Clark County School District. Most of these positions were paid positions. Most of these positions earned more than $10 an hour. I used my leverage and my community relationships with the University of Georgia, the Athens-Clark County Unified Government, to make sure that they were also proud partners of that program. So just wanted to let you know I have a little bit of a background. It's when I pulled up, I ran into the chief of the school district police, and then I ran into Ms. Tiffany Williams, who interviewed me, was in my interview for my first job. So this is why I have a buy-in with CCSD. Back then, DeMontre was proud to be CCSD, and I'm still proud to be CCSD. And particularly living on the east side, we understand that in Athens, the east side gets a bad rep. And I do think that the students who are on the east side are at a bit of a disadvantage. If you look at where most of the businesses are in Athens, they're not on the east side. So a lot of the mentors, a lot of the people who are in the schools providing enrichment opportunities for our students are on the other side of town. And that's, if you think about the east side, there's not even a hotel on the east side of Athens. So the whole makeup of the east side provides some challenges. Just to talk a little bit about governance, I heard that question asked. I'm trying to tackle some of your questions in my last 1 minute. Governance, I do currently chair the Athens Area Chamber of Commerce Board. I serve on the board for Piedmont Athens Regional Hospital and a few other boards. And through those boards, I've been able to learn how to govern, how to look at bylaws. Probably importantly, I should say, I finished law school, and I am a lawyer here in Athens, so often looking at policies, looking at laws, looking at how they are applied. Because sometimes when they're written, their application and how people perceive them are different than how they're written. So I think that makes me a qualified candidate here tonight. One big thing, that 5 minutes went by quick. One big thing for me is just community partnerships. I think we have some important community members, and if we can get them to have buy-in, to know, I was at a Rotary meeting, and we had a speaker, and they said we all benefit from a more engaged and more educated citizenry. And if we can get all of our business members to understand that, and understand that often that starts here with the Clark County School District, I would love to see more buy-in there. And to go to Dr. Yeager's question, try to tackle your question about budget, one of the things in the budget I like to see is community programs that have been successful. Is there a way that we can fold them into the school district budget? So,
Okay, thank you so much for
Thank
that
you.
presentation. Of course. Yes, so now the floor is open for questions. Ms. Davis?
Okay, great. So I wrote my question down because it will be the same for everyone as well. From your observations, what do you see as a strength of this current board?
Sure, that's a very good question, and I was actually speaking with that to a colleague, because I told some people at work I was doing this, and I said, when I started with the school district in my position, that was in 2016, so 10 years ago this year, I think this board, the administration, has done an incredible job, and this is not me blowing smoke. Y'all have done an incredible job of telling your story. And maybe that's in part due to the work of Dr. Cindy Pardue-Moore and her team, but the school district is now telling its story. When I came to work for the Clark County School District in 2016, the community was telling the story. And the story that they were telling was not a factual story, because the same Clark County School District they were talking about was not the same one that I was reporting to for work every day. The same students they were talking about were not the same students that I was serving in the Clark County School District. The ones who showed me grit, determination, and perseverance, despite what life's obstacles were in front of them. So, thank you.
Okay. Next, I think Ms. Hull, you went second last time. Did you want to ask a question? Okay. Ms. Bagby?
I had the same question for all three candidates. What are your concerns in that when they having the IEP meetings, it seems that all of the participants from the staff at the school are on the same page concerning the student. And with that said, about the phones, the children are being told they can't have the phones, but if all the staff is on the same page about what happens, do you feel that that's correct when, if there's a shooting or anything, one story go out, it may or may not be true, but the children don't have a way to inform their parents of what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. First, I'd like to address the IEP issue. I've never been to an IEP meeting in the Clark County School District, but I do have family members, really close family members, that have all had IEP meetings, and I understand how my mom, being one, raising my nieces and nephews, have felt leaving those meetings, and my sister as well, leaving those meetings, how they felt leaving those meetings. And I think it's important that if there are IEP meetings that are taking place, that making sure that the parents or the guardians or whoever's caring for the student who has an IEP, making sure all of their questions, making sure they're leaving the meeting feeling like they were able to contribute to the meeting. Because sometimes, at least from the perspective of the folks who I've known going through this process, it's intimidating. They walk into a group similar to this, and it's them and the child, and it's like, oh, there was a meeting before the meeting, but making sure that they feel just as much of a part of the process, because when you have an IEP, it's a team. And I think the most important thing to remember is that the parent is just an equally important part of that team. And to your second question about the phone situation, this came up when I was at the University of Georgia student body president. If y'all remember, in 2016, the legislator and the governor were championing to have campus carry. And I think important, if you're having conversations about phone bans and the restrictions and all of that, figuring out, understand there's some state things going on, figuring out what we can and cannot do as a board in that particular space. But I do think it's equally as important to meet with maybe the local Clark County Police Department as well as the school district's police to see how they view that as a safety concern, to make sure that our policies, the board's policies, as enacted, is not impeding any safety protocols if there was something to take place like a school shooting. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Dr. Gant.
Yes, mine is the same. Given the disparities that we have in discipline and with reading, so the academic disparities as well, and with part of the board's role being to liaise between the community, in addition to like governance, what would you do, or what are some ways that you believe you would be able to liaise with the community or sort of bridge our communities who have felt sort of left out and whose children may be on one end of these disparities?
Sure. Back in the day, the answer to that question would have been churches, but church participation is not at the levels it's been at, but that is one avenue in which I go and speak to our communities, especially communities where we see a lot of these disparities. So far this year, I've spoken about 5 to 6 churches, particularly just to their youth. And then at that time, I have an opportunity to speak to the parents as well. I do think it's important is when we're talking about literacy, that's something that's very important. And I know the district is holding an event later this month. I think it's important to figure out what are all our community partners doing when it comes to literacy, and how can we maybe elevate what they're doing. One of the most important things is everybody, when we start with literacy, what does everyone start? In an incubator, in a hospital, unless they're going some other natural route. Most people start either in Piedmont or St. Mary's. And I remember when we had our first child, after all of the whirlwind of watching a live birth, I remember someone coming by the room and talking about the different resources for parents. So I think if we can change the conversation, this really hits home for me, because I was having a conversation with a family member on speakerphone recently, and we were talking about, we got to go. We got to read to our kids. And this particular family member said, what? We don't read. You don't read to babies. This is just like a phenomenon that we've never heard of. And I was telling my wife, I was like, in a lot of communities, people have to work. They can't read to their kids. Somebody's sister's watching their kids, or somebody's grandmother is watching their kids. And in this community particularly, we have a lot of our seniors who are raising children. So making sure that people know the science behind reading to children. I think that's the first thing. Even to me, just growing up where I grew up in rural Georgia, that was just a foreign concept. But as we know, we have the have and have-nots in society. The haves know about that, but making sure that the people who don't have as much or have many resources or have folks who even graduated from high school understand that simply reading to your children at night can shift the trajectory of where they end up. Because when you look at me and my story, I grew up in a single-parent household, and when you put all of the single-parent household, young black male, into an equation, you probably get failure or jail a lot of the times. But when you change it and you change reading to that child, when you change providing them with experiential learning opportunities here in the school district, whether that's having an internship or whether that's them being in an organization
cut you off.
like
Sorry.
FBLA or FFA, it changes their trajectory.
Awesome, thank you. Other questions? Okay, all right, okay, well,
Can I ask mine?
oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Same question, yes or no? Are you willing to run for the office if you are not selected tonight?
I have intentions to run for the office in November. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Simpson. And up next, we have Ms. Waters.
Good evening. Thank each and every one of you for being willing to take my application for this District 8 seat. I come before you as a citizen of Athens, Georgia. I've lived here 49 years this August. I have served on the Clark County School Board for 12 years. It was a different time than it is now. You have much more great problems than we had then. My interest is truly being sure that every student in Clark County has what the federal government guarantees them, a free and appropriate education. When we had a superintendent to come here in 1985, he took out all of the home ec, horticulture, all that out of our schools. It was devastating to our school system. Students started losing interest in education at that time, and it has only proceeded even further. On the school board, I come with you to the school board knowing what the school board is and how you operate. I know what my position is and my place is on a school board. I do not hold power away from that seat. I've had, when I was on the school board, many people called from out of my district, many parents asking me questions, and I would tell them, call your school board member, and they would tell me, they're not attainable. They don't listen to me. I fully understand the chain of command, and I abide by that very greatly, having owned a business for 43 years in East Athens. I fully understand knowing how to work through an organization. My main concern is reading. My daughter retired 4 years ago. My son-in-law retired 4 years ago. And my husband retired 3.5 years ago. My husband retired at midterm as a special ed teacher at Hillsman because he could not teach anymore. He even sought a psychologist advice on how to handle this. He retired. He could not handle students totally being mean, throwing things at him, getting up, walking out of the classroom, other students walking into the classroom to talk to students in there. There was no classroom order. I have a grandson who both of my children graduated in 85 and 88. I have two grandsons that graduated in 2020 and 22. My oldest grandson still carries the grudge that Clark County was the only system in the state that did not have some kind of graduation ceremony. He had to watch on television for his principal to have a ceremony, for the valedictorian, salutatorian to speak to them. He had to drive through the side of Cedar Shoals in his vehicle and be presented with his diploma, with his ropes. I took videos of it because it was the only ceremony he had. It was very disheartening and very sad for all of these students. My second grandson, in 3rd grade, the teacher said, "There's something, I can't put my hand on it, but there's something wrong with Miles." And my daughter had him tested. He had 2 forms of dyslexia. You know, nobody else had realized this, and not even my daughter as a teacher.
Ms. Waters, that's the time.
Oh,
Sorry
I
about
did
that.
not come prepared, I just talk.
Oh, well, we appreciate your presentation, and perhaps some of the things that you wanted to say might be brought forth by some of the questions from our members. Do we want to start with anybody in particular? Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Mrs. Waters. Thank
Hello.
you so much for your service. And
Thank
yes,
you, ma'am.
I had an opportunity to come in on the tail end of that service, so thank you. And my question for you is simply this: what do you see as a strength of this current board?
I will tell you, I will be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed. For us to have 60% of black children being on elementary level is criminal. I go back to Clyde Maxwell, who was the principal of Oconee County Elementary School. 45 years ago, she wanted to guarantee that all 3rd graders were on 3rd grade level. Now go back 45 years and understand that the population of Oglethorpe County at that time was not the very white that the school system is now. She made all 1st grade no larger than 14 students, preferably 12. The 2nd grade had a few more in 3rd grade, but she guaranteed that all children would read by the time they finished 3rd grade. We've all heard that children learn to read through the 3rd grade. After that, they read to learn. If in 4th grade a child can't read and he moves on to middle school and to high school, he's already set up for failure. Are we really educating every child with a free and appropriate education? To send children on that cannot read is criminal. My husband had children in his special ed class and in his regular classes too that were still on kindergarten level reading. How did they get to be in middle school, to be in 7th grade? What are their expectations? What is the community's expectation of these children? We just had 275 students graduate, or 375 from Cedar Shoals, and almost 500 from Clark Central. How many of those children could read? How many of those children could really carry on a conversation like we're having now? Have they had the opportunity to develop their potential? Or was their potential still lacking? When I was on the school board, we had the certificate of attendance, which meant you sat in school for 12 years. As an employer, I would ask them, did you get a diploma? No, I got a certificate of attendance. I would not hire them because they did not show me that they could meet a goal. I hired 2. One proved me wrong. She went on, got her GED, and went on to college, and is a teacher today. One proved that I was right. She could not follow instructions. She could not maintain what she was supposed to do on her job. Miles, when he was tested for dyslexia, my daughter looked into it, and the Susan Barton program was what she chose for him to take. There was one
Mrs. Wise.
teacher in Clark County certified to teach that, Sandy Raffle, and she taught Miles to read. When Miles got to high school, he was already on 13th grade level of education.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hensley, I think you had a question?
My question's the same, and you have experience on the board. What do you feel like your strengths are, like especially a board of this size? What are your strengths in helping, like connecting to board members and bringing what we need to actually get done completed?
My strengths is I'm not afraid to talk. I'm not afraid to talk about any problem. I'm not afraid to talk with others about whatever's going on, and to be very open and honest in what I have to say.
Other questions? Ms. Bagby?
My question is the same, as far as all the
Yes.
staff is on the same page when it comes to IEP meetings, when they meet with the parent and the child, they all have already agreed.
Yes,
And it's the same with the phones.
yes.
The children, what do you feel about that, as well, as far as the children not being able to contact their parents in case of any emergency, and all the school staff is on the same page about how information go out?
Well, Ms. Bagby, you're not going to like what I have to say. With my daughter and my husband being teachers in Clark County, their phones were on all day. In math class, they could put that problem in their phone and have the answer right away. Getting them to put their phone down and pay attention was impossible. They would tell you, you can't touch me, you can't take my phone, this is mine, and be right back on it. They know how to get around you try to put a stop on it. Oh, they're smart. All of these kids are smart. We do not push them to their potential. We allow them to stay where they are. With IEPs, Miles had one. He had a 504. And when he got to middle school, he was in a cohort class in 6th grade. And my daughter said, he's just not learning. I know he can learn. So in 7th grade, they put him up in regular classes. And he started making A's and B's. And then in 8th grade, they put him in advanced classes. And I'm going, Miles? And we learned it wasn't the level of teaching that he had a problem with. It was all the rigmarole in the class, the kids talking all the time. And once he got into the advanced class with kids who would pay attention and learn, he just bloomed. And he went all the way through high school making A's and B's. And so, phones, I am delighted that the state has passed no phones. Our kids went to school without being able to call us. For if all the students are calling their parents and they all show up when the police are there, you have nothing but chaos already. And I believe that it is the school's job and the superintendent's job to notify all parents immediately about what is going on.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. All right, I think we had Dr. Gant first and then Dr. Yeager. Dr. Gant?
It's the same, given the disparities with discipline and achievement, and given the importance of being, like communicating with communities and being a liaison, what are some ways that you believe you will be able to connect with communities and parents whose children are on the other side of these disparities?
I believe it's very important that, number one, we make our people feel welcomed in the schools. I have had experiences where people did not feel that way. They thought they were looked down upon, you know. Some people had problems getting meetings with principals. We have to be open. We are here because of the students, and we have the responsibility to the parents to be open and above board with them. And with the disparities, that's why I am so focused on reading. I think once parents realize we are really putting our money where our mouth is, they will appreciate it. And I believe that they will then try to work with us.
All right, and Dr. Yeager. Okay, you're good? Okay. I think that is, oh, yes, Mr. Evans. All right.
Okay.
Last question. Are you willing to run for this office in November if you're not selected tonight?
Well, I don't think District 8 is running.
Yes, ma'am, it is. We will be having a special election for District 8 in November. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, I did not know that, and I will have to decide at that time when it's time for qualifying. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Waters. All right, so that concludes our presentations from our candidates, and now the floor is open for any nominations that a board member would like to make. Dr. Yeager?
I nominate Mr. Simpson.
Second.
Okay, that motion has, well, that nomination has been made and seconded. I guess I think we go one at a time. I think we vote and then, am I correct, Mr. Pruitt?
Robert's rules says you take the nominations all first.
Okay.
No second is needed.
Oh, okay.
And then when nominations are closed, you vote on each nominee in the order in which they were nominated.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so we have one vote for Mr. Simpson. Any others? Nomination.
Ms. Beck.
Ms. Bagby?
Mr. O.C. Frimpong.
Okay. All right, so we've got a nomination for Mr. Simpson, a nomination for Mr. Osei Frimpong. Any other members would like to nominate anyone? Dr. Gant?
No, it's been said.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Frimpong.
Okay. All right, so we've got two nominations, so we'll go in that order. All in favor, that's not right. Yeah? Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, all in favor of appointing Mr. Simpson. I think he was first. Mr. Simpson, please raise your hand high and say aye. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's 7.
And so once you've reached the majority vote, then you don't vote any further.
Oh, okay, so we did exceed majority vote for that.
Right, so you're done.
Okay, so Mr. Simpson, you have been selected as the District 8 representative for the Clark County Board of Education. Welcome. And we do really appreciate other citizens who put forth their applications. This was not an easy decision, and it's not an easy thing to do, to make a decision to run for a public seat. So we really do also appreciate you, Mrs. Waters, for coming, and you, Mr. Osei Frimpong, for coming and pleading your cases. And we hope you will consider running on November 8th, for the November 8th general election or special election. All right, Mr. Simpson, Ms. Palmer will be in touch very soon with next steps and trainings and all of that stuff. So we look forward to seeing you at our August meeting. Thank you so much. All right, thanks, everybody. Okay, now we are ready to move forward with our agenda. We have a lot of items, and we've got like 40 minutes to get through them, so hopefully we can do this expeditiously. So number 4 is policies. So the first set of policies are first reads, and then the second set of policies are policies for action. So let's start with policy FDAB, Architects' Involvement in Long-Range Planning. And you'll also notice that there's a policy memo that Mr. Pruitt kindly puts together now to kind of outline the legal stuff and the state requirements and so forth. All right, any questions about policy FDAB? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and send that out for public comment. Policy GCRA, drug screening and of bus drivers. Yes, Dr. Yeager.
I just had a quick question about, did we have a discussion around alcohol versus drugs? It seems like the rules around alcohol are different from drugs. Is that purposeful?
Okay. Mr. Pruitt, would you like to respond to that question?
Yeah, that's correct. The statute sets out most of what you see in the policy.
So that's in the statute?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that if they're caught with alcohol, then they are reviewed as opposed to losing their job immediately?
I suppose you would have the discretion to increase that if you want to, but
Yeah, that seems like that might serve to be discussed.
okay.
I don't know. Am I the only one who's like eyebrow raising about alcohol? On the job, driving school buses?
Okay, so I think, Dr. Yeager, your question is, would the board like to discuss strengthening that language? And I
Yeah,
guess.
that's my question. Thanks.
Okay, so do other members support strengthening that language or having a conversation about strengthening that language?
I'm sorry.
Shaking of the heads? Yes, 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 okay. So, Dr. Yeager, if you could, what would you want that language to be strengthened to say? Since you introduced that discussion.
Well, it currently says, shall be subject to disciplinary action at the discretion of the local board. Whereas the illegal drugs shall be terminated. I don't know, somewhere in between maybe, or just terminated. It seems like it's terminated with appeal possibilities, I suppose. But again, the statute doesn't allow for appeal for the drug violation. I don't know, it just feels a little.
Okay. So those of you who shook your heads and said that you're willing to entertain it, do you have thoughts on specifically what you would like the district to consider?
Can I ask for a clarification? Because I think we spent a lot of time on this policy in the past. I think the distinction was between the drugs and the alcohol, there was some big HR thing around that process, and I don't remember what it was. But I think the alcohol is treated as an illness. Am I not correct? And then the drugs are, that's more of a voluntary or involuntary kind of thing. There was a distinction there that it was separated years ago.
Yeah, so the distinction I'm thinking of is under the ADA, and so the ADA does not protect active users, but it does protect someone who's not actively using and is in a program of rehabilitation.
Okay. So I saw 2 people shake their heads and say, yes, we would like to strengthen the language. I need more than 2, so I need a majority of members to ask to request that we ask the district to consider strengthening the language. Others? No? Okay. So it looks like there are 3 members who are for that, but the remainder of the members are comfortable with the way that the language is presented. Okay.
And this goes out for public comment.
It does.
So if the public has thoughts, they should certainly let us know and we can think about it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so that is ready to go out to public comment. Up next is policy CG, administrative personnel, and this is, again, first read. All right, yes, Mrs. Davis?
So when I read this, it's one sentence, and it simply says, unless otherwise stated in the policy manual, administrative personnel will be governed by either the classified or certified personnel as applicable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that.
Okay. I don't, Mr. Schwartz, would you like to clarify that?
Yes, similar to the policy in previous months, certified staff have to hold to the sort of certified educator code of conduct, and then classified staff are held to the sort of ethics. So that's kind of distinct. That's kind of what this is talking to, distinguishing who to follow and what rules to follow.
Okay.
Mr. Swartz, no, you're correct. I just was going to chime in. If you think it's stating the obvious and probably isn't necessary, I don't think Mr. Swartz or I would argue with you on that.
I would suggest that we delete this policy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so are we entertaining rescinding? Other members are comfortable with rescinding, particularly because we did address the same issue in 2 other policies like 3 months ago. Okay. All right, so Ms. Palmer, if you could recommend rescission on can we change it to rescind? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, and then now we've got policy GARH, and that's the paid employee leaves and absences. Questions? Dr. Gant.
Well, yeah, 2 things, well, really 3. So this, from my understanding, we've already done, but this is like the update that we had to make, right? That was listed. Where can we find, I know we discussed this in detail about a year maybe ago, like this policy. Where can we find the previous versions, like, of the policies at? I know we used, am I misremember, like, that we used to have like a policy notebook, or there's a file somewhere that.
Can we look them up in Assembly?
There are books
Okay.
that we have upstairs. I can pull those and see if they're in there. They're not in Assembly.
So if you still have your login to board docs, you can get them there.
Okay, yeah, for some reason I thought
In
we
the
had an
order,
electronic progression
Yeah.
of the policies, or no? Okay.
Ms. You know, I feel like we could probably find it if we do a search in Google Docs for the board updates, because this was discussed last year.
So what happens is when you go into Assembly and make adjustments to the policy, so the policy saves with the current version. But if you go and search, it will go back to any agenda item that had that policy, and you can pull the PDF that was attached. Does that make sense? It's like, because every time you start editing in Assembly on that policy, that version is the one that will be current. But the original, like this one is attached tonight, so this is a PDF. So when you go back to this meeting, years down the road, you will see that version in there, but the policy that is in Assembly will be the most current one. Does that make sense?
Dr. Gant, I bet you during we're not going to have a break. Never mind. I was going to offer to find it for you, but.
I think so. I feel like when we had the policy, I guess, table, when we were updating policies, we used Google Docs in there. So if we search maybe in the Google Drive, I think they'll pull up, even the red line versions, I think may pull up.
Oh, I see it. Nope, it's in, if you go to 9/11/2025 work session in Assembly, and you go to number 4I, the PDF of that language is there.
Okay, that's helpful because it gives me like a place to start with going back to our conversations about it too. And then the next thing is I know that this has to go out, and so I don't have any objections to that, but wanted to just put on our radar. I think during that time when we talked about it the last time, and maybe even the time before that, I recommended that we think about education leave, which I think is something, you know, that at least our universities in the state of Georgia, they do offer. And so I know we're not going to talk about it now, like I'm supportive of this going out, but like just for, you know, to me, anytime I see this policy, I always review it to be sure, like, are we doing, you know, are we offering as much as we can, particularly for our colleagues that may be in less flexible work environments. And so with a lot of our things that happen at the end of the year, that happen around holidays and things like that, you know, be it custodial staff, grandparents, nutrition workers, and things like that, to me, it can just be, I know that, you know, I think 3 of those days can be used as personal and things like that, but to me, it's just not a bad thing for us to be thinking about how can we be sure. And I think a year ago, maybe, when we talked about it, I think it may have been under Dr. Hooker's tenure, so it may have been before then, or maybe even Zernona's. We talked some about it, and, you know, the general idea was that, you know, principals are pretty flexible, and we encourage supervisors to be pretty flexible. And I do believe that that's the case. And I know with, you know, workers who, and colleagues who may not necessarily have as much of a voice, it can be important for these type of permissions to be included in policy. So again, not trying to stop us from moving forward, but just as we think about maybe even in September, our retreat, or just sort of even think about this policy for future, I want to be sure that that is something that we are thinking about, educational leave, but then other ways that we can be sure that we are, you know, considering our classified and other staff and colleagues.
Okay. All right, so I guess, Mr. Schwartz, this could be a conversation that is included in our September retreat of considering what that looks like from an HR perspective to include 8 hours of education leave. Okay. And I'm assuming that other members of the board support that? Is that? Okay. It seems to me like a non-controversial issue. Okay. Okay. So that wraps up our first read policy. So to be clear, Dr. Gant, you are okay with us moving forward with public comment. Mr. Schwartz?
Yes, this needs to be approved. We need to, I think, suspend the rules and approve this because it goes into effect July 1.
Oh, I see. Okay. So if everyone is okay, we can move this to the board meeting for a vote.
I did have a question. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, Dr. Gant.
I don't mean to delay Dr. Gant?
Sorry, I keep calling you Dr. Gant. I'm not sure why. Dr. Yeager.
Just to clarify, so I see that we are adding the new state regulations around paid maternal leave. Is the state regulation exclusive to birth? It says that the life event has to be birth to get the 3 weeks of leave. Most family leave policies have the life event is the birth or adoption of a child. And I get that they want to take care of the moms because of the physical challenges of giving birth, but it feels strange to have this policy only available to mothers that give birth. Or what about fathers who have children, and what about adoption? So, not that the father would give birth, but I mean, there are families that adopt babies, and that 3 weeks is really a critical time. So does the law exclusively prohibit including adoption as one of the life events, or can we add it to make more equitable?
Yeah, I'd have to look back at the statute. I feel pretty sure that definition comes from the statute, but of course you're not prohibited from giving more leave, either to different people or more time. That's just the minimum that the law requires.
Okay. So we are looking at the minimum. Are there members in support of adding language that includes adoptive parents and fathers? Okay. Given that this policy needs to pass by July 1, what steps do we need to make to do that?
Can I suggest, and I know Mr. Swartz is scrambling over here, this is, so there's nothing that says you can't amend this policy later and add those other things. But before, just listening to my conversation to my right, there are probably HR considerations that need to be considered faster than 30 seconds of board discussion here on the fly. Can I suggest that the board go ahead and suspend the rules and adopt it as is during the regular meeting? And of course, it can be brought back for revision at the very next meeting if you want to.
I like that.
I'm comfortable with that. Are you all comfortable with that? I think that that's a fair trade. Okay.
I think we can add it to, if we're going to discuss education leave, that we can also discuss that at that time as well, if we want to.
Yeah, and your presentations are always really enlightening, so we look forward to you all putting together a really cool presentation, Dr. Elder and Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so we will suspend the rules. We'll put this on the regular board agenda for a vote tonight. Okay, up next is policies for action. So again, these are ones that we have discussed. And we will decide if we want to go ahead and bundle them up and consent or vote on them individually. Policy ECH, authorized use of equipment and supplies.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
Just a quick question. In this particular policy, the references are to drug use or something. Those are the only two references, and I'm not sure how that relates to, unless I read it incorrectly, equipment and supplies. Again, and only because if this is our official manual.
Wait, so is it because
It talks about
the
gamma.
drug-free workplace?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. So the cross-referencing within the policy, I think, is what Mrs. Davis is referring to.
I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at it, but I'm looking at it again now, right.
Like, why is that cross-reference there?
Are you looking at the statutes that are listed down at the bottom?
It says cross-references, right.
Yeah, it says
Those
drug,
are
yeah.
put in there by GSBA, so they,
They don't mean anything, but this is very distracting.
they're
me, but
often
okay.
helpful,
Yeah.
and I sometimes use them, but they're not 100%.
Yeah,
Okay. So
Okay.
if that's something that we can't really control, Mrs. Davis, I think we're just going to have to.
Presumably you can't use equipment while under drugs.
Right. Yeah. Don't drink and do drugs and try to operate equipment. I think maybe that's what it's I think that might be the cross-reference, is like, it's dangerous to use equipment while you're intoxicated.
no, this is talking about misusing equipment, not, so I won't argue it, but I'm just saying, I can't find anything in the reference either that connects the two, but I'm good.
Okay.
If you want to take issue with some of GSBA's work,
Every once in a
I will
while.
not oppose you.
Let's go there, let's go there.
Okay.
This particular one especially.
Okay, so other than that squabble with the cross-reference, are we good with putting that on consent? Okay. Up next is policy AEAB, school holidays.
Okay, consent.
Okay. JCDAG, bullying. I remember this one was a little contentious last time. Do we want to take that out from consent and vote for it separately, or are we good? We're good. Okay.
I was just going to note there's a typo, I think. Number 9, it says transmit instead of transmit. So I would fix the H. But that's just my noodly professor. I'm going to.
As a professor, I disagree. I'm just kidding. I totally agree. I never proofread. Policy, so we're going to keep that on consent. Okay. Policy LDAJA, interrogations and investigations. Ooh, this one was,
I'm happy consent.
wow.
I'd like to keep it off consent.
Take it off consent?
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Oh, man, guys, it's been months.
So close.
Months.
So
Okay,
close.
fine. All right, so everything else will be on consent, Ms. Palmer, with the exception of LDAJA. Okay, so can we please just be clear right now on what it is that we want to address at the regular board meeting, or is it simply that we want to vote for it separately?
Sure.
Yeah, I am still not certain that I will be supporting it, so I don't want to lump in with all the other policies.
Gotcha. Others, any specific things? Okay, all right. So we'll pull that from consent and vote for it separately. Everything else stays. And then other, yeah, oh, yes, Dr. Gant.
Yeah, so it's a few different things. One is that I've lost track, and I don't think that's the fault of the district. I've just lost track of all of the versions. And so as I was looking at this, honestly, I could not remember what was, like, where I knew we were going to take out interrogations, but like when we said that the parents needed to be present, like in C, was it C? Yeah. A parent or a legal guardian must be present. Yeah, the if practicable.
If a parent refuses or declines the request, the questioning will take place with school administration present. Is that the issue that you're?
Yeah, I just couldn't remember. For some reason, this might be a memory thing for me, but I know that we were going to say if there was imminent danger, right? But like, just sort of adding like if possible or practicable for each of these, and then like above that, they're going to be notified if possible. I didn't remember those being in there, or have I just read too much of this?
1 and 2 were added, like after our first discussion. 1 and 2 were added to strengthen the language requiring that the district notify the parents, and that the parents say, yes, I will be there, or they decline. And if they decline, then the next part of the process is for the questioning to take place. So those two, 1 and 2, were added because of issues that we brought up. So I guess my question to you, if this is going to get pulled, what do you want?
So I don't quite know what I want, but it's still something that feels like there's a loophole, and I can't quite tell where. And so I don't want to stop it.
Okay.
I want it to be pulled, and I want to be able to vote on it separately in case those things are not resolved.
Well, they're not going to be resolved before the vote.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy maybe like through the break I can sort of really think back through like where my issues were. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Ms. Hull.
So not sure if this was the issue, but just in my train of thought, the little bitty loophole is sometimes necessary if we're having situations where if there's child abuse or neglect against the parent and they're coming to do the interrogation away from the home setting, or if guardian ad litems are coming into the school. That's the only loophole that I can think of that we would want to protect, but I don't know if that sparked our discussion or if that was a part of it, but that was just an invitation to consider.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you, Mrs. Hall. Okay, so LDJ, I should know this by heart. LDAJA will be pulled from the consent for a separate vote. All right, now we are moving on to our items for consideration for consent. The first is the May 14th work session and board meeting minutes, and the June 1 called meeting, June 2 called meeting in June 10th. The June 10th called meeting is not listed here on the whole list of things that we're approving. Yeah, so maybe add that. Okay, yeah, so, okay. Thank you. Next up is the facility, so are we good with keeping that on consent? Yeah, okay. Next up is the facility energy audit. All right, great. School nutrition paper products contract. Okay. Go ahead. Could you turn on your mic, Ms. Davis?
I apologize. So the disparity was so wide. I mean, one is 4 times as much as the other. Can you shed some light on what's happening with that?
On the paper products?
No, the
on
energy
the energy
audit.
Yes, the two high bidders were, I think, offering services well above and beyond for an ASHRAE Level 3 energy audit. So we looked at the 3 lower proposals. A lot of the firms actually want to sell you products and services and design services. That's not what we asked for. We asked for a Level 3 audit, and we gave them 3 schools, and the one that we selected actually had the best presentation, example of a Level 3 audit, and is exactly what we're looking for. So that's why we went with them. You know, in addition to them being low, they had the most responsive part to the bid and requirements of the bid.
Okay, it just felt like to me, well, when I read it, it's like, this is apples and oranges. You know, it's like somebody got a different set of instructions just from looking at
Yeah,
the
I mean, it was all the same RFP. We did have a pre-bid conference, so they were able to ask any questions, and we told them specifically what we were looking for from the Level 3, and the ASHRAE standard gives you a very specific listing of what is required for a Level 3. So we felt confident that the firm that we chose can do that.
And so is this audit going to apply to, how many schools are involved in this? Is it just
This is 3.
Just the 3,
But we're going to be
right?
doing our Energy Star scores
Yeah.
for all the buildings in the district.
Okay.
But the reason we're doing this is it's going to give us a better snapshot. It's our more recent buildings that we have constructed. And we have 3 different HVAC systems that we're primarily reviewing to determine which one is the most efficient, and potentially going forward, which one we should go with on our future building programs.
Okay, so these are on fairly new constructions.
Yes.
I feel better, thank you.
Yep, Hillsman, Oglethorpe, and Gaines.
Great,
Yep.
thank you. I'm good, consent's great.
All right, any other questions? I just had one quick one, Mr. Gilbert. What was the sustainability coordinator involved in the selection of
Yes,
this
Randy,
firm?
he and I, I'm just presenting tonight, but yeah, he actually did the research with the companies, did the follow-up questions, and then I kind of sat down, he and I sat down, ran through the proposals, made questions to call back to the 3 top, bidders to say clarifications. Hey, do you have this? Do you have this? So yeah, we work hand in hand.
Okay,
Yeah, he's right there, across the hall from us, so.
okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. So are we good with keeping this on consent, given the questions? Okay, all right, cool. Did we agree school nutrition paper products was fine? Okay. Oh, Ms. Davis.
So again, I'm sorry, the bid submission is $500,000. Is that right? Am I
Yes.
reading that correctly?
Yep.
Okay, and so how does this fit into our sustainability plans?
As far as paper,
Yeah, that cost. This is just for 1 year, right?
right. Yeah, this is the paper products that nutrition uses. I know that Randy is working with the nutrition department on ways for us to improve our recycling, and to see what products, we can recycle and which ones, we can't. But this is kind of what they use, from paper towels to disposable items and such. So he is working with all the departments, working with nutrition, custodial, plant services, to see where there's ways where we can be more sustainable with, you know, the materials that we're using and such.
Okay. Dr. Yeager, did you have a question or comment? Okay.
So can I just, well, okay, never mind, I won't say anything. I'll write you a note.
Okay. Other questions? So consent or no, or poll? Consent? Okay. All right. And then we've got the SPLOST 7 referendum and adoption. And if you notice, there's the SPLOST 7 presentation. I know several members weren't able to make it to that meeting, but the information that was presented is in the notebooks. Does anyone have any questions before we decide to? Okay, so we're good with it staying on the consent agenda. All right, great. Oh, Ms. Davis, your mic is on. Did you have a question or no?
I did have a pang of guilt because this is again, extending the SPLOST. And maybe we do want to just have a separate vote on it simply because I don't want it to be buried in our consent agenda. It's an impact
Okay.
to our community.
Okay, so the SPLOST 7 will be pulled
Thank you. Just for a separate vote.
for a separate vote, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
And
you.
let's get through item 6, and then we'll just put all of the rest of the items in the board meeting and give ourselves 5 minutes before the regular meeting. West Broad, Minor Street Building, interior finishes, removal and structural repair. Okay, consent. And then the SRO contract with CCSD and ACC Gov. Okay, consent and field trip. What am I going to? F? Oh, sorry. Property and, thank you. Property and casualty insurance coverage and workers' compensation renewal. Okay. Ma'am? Okay, through GSBA.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then the SRO contract is the last one. Good, okay.
Field trips.
Oh, and field trips. Field trips.
AP exams.
Oh, my gosh, and AP exams? I'm just ready to eat. Okay, so everything stays on consent except for East Plaza 7, the,
Yeah.
okay, that's it. Okay, great, so
Do you want
the,
to do 9, or do you want to do that at the regular board meeting?
we have like 8 minutes.
I'm just asking what you
I
want to
gotta
do.
eat.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it at the very beginning of
Okay.
this. So we'll do the nominations for the board seat, president, the chair seat at 7 o'clock.
Discussion on that before, so we'll have it at the meeting then. Thank you.
Yeah, because we have to start at 7, so,
Great.
yeah,
I'm good.
okay. All right, we will adjourn, and we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Can we start at 7:02 and give ourselves 10 minutes? Is that okay? Okay, 7:02. Okay. All right, welcome, everyone. We are at our June board meeting, our last board meeting of the school year. Just as a reminder to the public, we do not have a July meeting, so we will be back here the second week of August. Superintendent Scott, would you like to take roll?
Yes, Madam President. Heidi Hensley.
Here.
Mary P. Bagby. Linda Davis.
Here.
Dr. Patricia Yeager.
Here.
Tim Denson.
Here.
Dr. Mumby Anderson.
Here.
Dr. Lakeisha Gant.
Here.
Nicole Hull.
Here.
Mark Evans.
Here.
Wow, we have a full quorum, all 9 members. This is amazing. I love it. All right, next up is our silent meditation and Pledge of Allegiance. And just as a reminder, the flag is up on the stage to your left. And if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and next up on our agenda is public comment, and we do have some people who signed up for public comment. And if you just give me a second, I'll pull up our policy and read that prior to calling our guests. So according to policy BCB, I don't know, I can't, yes, BCBI, here it is. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and remarks must conclude when time expires. Signs, flags, and banners are not permitted in the meeting room. Public comment is limited to Clark County residents, representatives of Clark County businesses or organizations, parents or guardians of the district, or district employees. Speakers may provide printed or supporting materials. Please give those to the superintendent or designee for distribution. Please remember that issues involving individual employees or students, as well as pending litigation, cannot be discussed during public comment. To protect student privacy, we ask that speakers refrain from identifying specific students by name. Disorderly or disruptive behavior, including yelling, excessive noise, profane language, or similar demonstrations, will not be permitted, as it disrupts the meeting and the ability of others to participate. And per policy, the board will not respond to comments during public participation, and the district may follow up within 10 working days if appropriate. Finally, no individual or group will face retaliation for speaking during public participation, and we thank you for helping us maintain a respectful and orderly environment. Up first is Bettina Kaplan.
Hi, everybody. So there's a group of us who are planning to speak about the same issue. So I will let my friends talk first, since they will give more background of what the situation is. And I'll come back at the end.
Hi, good evening, CCSD board members. My name is Ariel Gordon. I'm a high school counselor at the Career Academy. This is Erica Wade, high school counselor at Cedar Shoals High School. And this is Laura Boone, high school counselor at the Career Academy, is with me. We came to speak to you tonight about an important issue in dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is a state-funded program that allows high school students who are ready and eager to take college courses at no cost to them. In CCSD, high school students take advantage of this amazing opportunity by taking college courses at UGA, University of North Georgia, and most frequently, Athens Technical College. At ACCA, our in-house partnership with Athens Tech allows high school students to take college courses in our building, on our campus, alongside their peers. Next year alone, ACCA has 284 high school students registered for college-level courses, and each year the majority of students complete their coursework successfully. Students achieve at a high level of rigor, colleges acknowledge this achievement during the admissions application process, and parents enjoy the bonus as money saved through college credits earned at no cost to them. In fact, several board members we know their own children have participated in dual enrollment. So this opportunity historically was open to all students. Then in January, the Georgia Student Finance Commission, who oversees the state funding for this program, decided that they would no longer fund students who are considered undocumented or who do not have a social security number, even though parents of students described here pay state taxes. Nonetheless, they are now excluded from funding beginning this summer. However, we serve undocumented children in our public schools, and now they can only still participate if families pay tuition themselves out of pocket. Further, Athens Technical College, our largest partner in this, is going to charge families 4 times the in-state tuition rate if they choose to participate. When high school counselors, I'm about to run out of time, and since we are individuals, Ms. Boone is going to take the next 3 minutes.
Good evening. When high school counselors heard this news, we hope to get creative because it is always our job to advocate for students, for all students. We asked district leaders if they were open to the idea of utilizing district funds to pay for these students in this situation to participate in dual enrollment. In February, their response was an assured yes. Therefore, we moved forward, informing families that this would be taken care of and their student could continue to participate in dual enrollment alongside their peers without issue. Then, the second to last week of school, we received news that unfortunately it would not work out. CCSD would not be able to pay for it. At this current moment, we are left with students registered for fall courses, college courses, and we are frozen. It breaks our hearts that we could be faced with removing them from the college courses they signed up for when we assured them it would be taken care of. We're asking you tonight to please urge our district leaders to work creatively to devise a long-term solution that allows these students to continue to participate in dual enrollment despite the state taking away their funding. High school counselors are the sole promoters in our school buildings, spending a significant portion of our time promoting dual enrollment and encouraging students to participate. We can no longer and will no longer, in good conscience, continue to promote this program in a public school system to all students when only some receive the funding to participate and others are denied. In closing, if nothing else comes of our presence here tonight, we hope our students know that school counselors support them and will always advocate for them. Thank you.
I'm Bettina Kaplan. I'm co-director of You Lead Athens. It's a nonprofit organization that provides help for immigrants and children of immigrants for equal access to higher education. And the program that is now defunded for immigrants has been something that that gives hope to our students. They have the opportunity to put a foot in college and see if that works for them or not. And this will be devastating for some of them. They already have a lot of difficulties to access higher education, and this is one more nasty thing in the road. The other issue that I want to mention is, and I think they just mentioned it a little bit, is that it's creating different tiers of students in the school system. So there are regulations that do not allow counselors and other people to ask about immigration status. So it would be very hard for the counselors to promote a program like this one without without hurting students who are told that they can be part of it and they will not be part of it. So I also encourage you or urge you to try to find a creative way in which you can continue to support the students, not create more different tiers in our schools. Immigrant children are in the schools, and we cannot deny or turn our backs to them. So they need this additional support from the school system. And we would also like you to pronounce yourself against a policy like this one. It came from nowhere. It was not voted. Opinion was not asked. It was just put in place by an agency within the administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That, I think, concludes. Are there other members of the public who wanted to participate in public comment? Okay, so that concludes our public comments portion of our agenda. Now we will move forward with item 5 to adopt the agenda.
Motion that we adopt the agenda as written.
Second?
All right, that motion was made by Mr. Evans and seconded by Ms. Davis. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye. Okay. That motion passes. Now we will move on to item 6, the nomination of board officers, as I mentioned in the work session. I don't think we need to suspend any rules, Mr. Pruitt, right? We just go ahead and, since we were elected for 2-year terms, we don't need to like suspend any rules or anything. Okay. Can you turn on your mic? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, it didn't come on, my bad. Yeah, the only thing in policy is about how you do it at the, at every 2 years, so there's no rule to suspend on this one.
Okay. All right, so I will go ahead and open up the floor for any nominations for board chair. Dr. Yeager?
I nominate Mr. Evans to be president.
Okay.
I second. Oh, we don't have to second, right?
We don't have to second.
Do we have to second nomination?
And then we take all nominations at the same time, right? Okay. Okay. All right, so we've got Mr. Evans. Any other names from other members? Okay. All in favor of nominating Mr. Evans as our new board chair, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Welcome. We're not going to trade seats yet, because now we have a vacant vice chair seat. So we're taking nominations for vice chair. Ms. Davis?
I don't have a nomination, I have a question.
Sure.
So in this process, we have a provision so that if someone leaves their office, like the president says you have done, then the vice president would automatically ascend to that. Is that correct? Do we have a policy that gives us that ascension order?
No, and I looked back at that and what I had, because they had asked me about that a couple weeks ago. So that would be the Robert's Rules default.
Right.
But you actually have a policy in place that overrules that default rule and says that you have an election when there's a vacancy in either one of those offices.
So thank you. So that clarifies that for me, but I'm concerned that we have a lot of things happening. We just appointed a new superintendent, and I'm excited about that. I want to see some continuity in how we do things, and I understand the need to change from the presidency. And I'm wondering if we could delay the vice presidency until the new person takes their seat. When is it? July 1st, effective July 1st? And have some more input on who we leave for that unexpired term.
Okay, so you're recommending that the vice chair seat stay vacant until August? Is that what you're saying?
That'll work for me, yes.
Okay, because we don't have a meeting in July, so
Right.
the default would be August.
And that would require a suspension of the rules. I found so it's in your policy BBA, whenever a vacancy in the office of president or vice president shall occur for any reason, the superintendent shall call and convene a meeting of the board, members of the board within 5 days for the purpose of filling the vacancy.
So 5 days is our limit?
So you just created that vacancy in the office of vice president. But you could suspend that rule. That's your internal rule. That's not law.
Okay.
I will express my concerns with that. If, I don't know if you're asking the board to consider that as a vote. My reservations with that would be to give that vice chair the opportunity to take the next 2 months to prep for becoming vice chair. They could attend the president board or chair trainings with the new chair and kind of build, I don't know, like rapport, I guess, with the superintendent and their staff and the new chair. So my concern is delaying that would not give that person the opportunity to do that over the next couple of months. So I just kind of want to voice that as a concern. Okay, so Dr. Gant.
I'm inclined to agree. I do think that, but I also hear what you're saying, Dr. Anderson, as well, like having these 2 months to get acclimated. But I do think that there are a lot of different changes, and I think just sort of historically looking at the board, looking at like the dynamics, looking at the progress we've made, and then looking at some of our unique challenges we've had, I don't want us to feel the urgency of time. I mean, I know we can't leave it open forever, but I also think whoever is in that seat will have, and I know I can't speak for you, Dr. Evans, but I know that you've done a wonderful job in the seat, and Dr. Anderson, you have as well, and I know people are, we all have summer schedules, but I do think there is something to be said about being sure that we have just have more time to sort of think through this and what that balance needs to be for the board, given the upcoming changes that we have of 3 or 4 new members, a new super. So I'm inclined to agree with suspending the rules with the vacancy that I can't speak to operations, so I don't know everything that happens over the summer, but from a board perspective, I'm not aware of like a heavy lift for us, and so I don't know. I'm inclined to agree and not to feel I understand that there's urgency and I understand that there's concern, but also I know there have been times before where we felt the urgency. We got to appoint, we got to do this, and I think it works itself out. So I'm inclined to agree with Ms. Davis.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that, so I'm not sure how to move forward. I guess.
A vote?
Okay, yeah, I guess there's a motion.
There was a motion, we need a second.
Is there a motion?
There can be. There has to be a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay.
Okay, and then once that's done, then we can have then a motion can be made to not have the vice president.
Yes.
We can have our discussion about that, and then we can vote on that. But the suspension has to be approved first before we can.
And there could be but there could also, I would imagine, be maybe a substitute motion or still a nomination, Dr. Anderson, if that's correct, or Mr. Pruitt.
Okay.
Well,
All right,
it's
hopefully
a matter
we're
of which motion gets made first, I suppose, the nomination or the motion to suspend.
Got it. Okay, so somebody needs to make a motion, any motion, and then we can proceed.
So I move that we suspend the rules and delay the nomination for vice president. Is that sufficient?
That works, and if that motion is seconded and passes, then you'll have a discussion and a motion and vote to actually make that delay to whatever date certain is in the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so that motion was made by Ms. Davis and seconded by Ms. Hull? Okay, so the motion, it is a motion to suspend the rules to to vote for a vice chair at this time. Okay, so the floor is open for questions or comments. A couple of members have already spoken. Do other members maybe want to speak on this?
Tim?
Before I do? Mr. Denson?
I think that I also agree that if we can't, just to take some time, because another reason would be because we did just appoint a brand-new school board member who will be taking on August, and, maybe he would like to throw his hat in the ring for, vice president. We don't know. So I think it might be helpful to have him as part of the deliberation, so.
Okay, other thoughts? Okay. Ms. Bagby?
So are we suspending the rules and waiting until August, until this person is on the board, and then?
That seems to be the motion, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Okay, Dr. Yeager?
I'm just curious what, from the perspective of the previous president and vice president, what work needs to be done in the next couple months that Mark now has to do all by himself without sidekick?
Mainly just interviews from reporters, meeting with the district leaders, Dr. Scott and Ms. Palmer, to set the agenda for the August meeting, which would take place a couple of weeks before the August meeting. Yielding emails from community members. The president takes the brunt of that, but the vice president helps out with that. Really, that would be it, unless there are other urgent issues that require the district to communicate with the executive staff, the executive team. In terms of the workload, there's not a lot of workload that happens between now and August. But again, I do think that there's something to be said about those two individuals being able to build rapport. So that would be my concern. But I am one of 9, so whatever.
My concern is that we are going to have a new person here, and I would really like us to at least have a semblance of a leadership team. We are in a unique position that Dr. Scott's 100 days will also be my 100 days, and it would also be my vice president's 100 days. And as much of a genius as I am, and I appreciate all of that, I do make mistakes, and I do need people to sometimes rein me in, especially when I get mad. And you know when I get mad, right? You see my face. And so I need that counterbalance of someone. But I will, as always, yield to the will of the board.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. If there's no further discussion, we'll just go ahead and vote. Ms. Davis?
Sure. I really value your input on that, and so, and I don't know if I can do this, but are we able to empower the president to appoint a person to help in this situation as a temporary thing and not make it a permanent vote if you just need that support? Because your 100 days is going to be about, it stops in December because you're going to have 4 new people. So you're going to be doing it over again in 3 more months. And so, again, I'm just trying to get to a place where we can build some stability. And I'm feeling overwhelmed that we have a new superintendent, and I feel like we haven't given her enough time to even have conversations with us. And for us to continue to make these critical decisions going forward, I feel like we can just kind of slow this down right now.
Okay, I kind of see where this is going, and I do. So before this, I don't know, it just kind of feels like it might descend into unhealthy spaces for us as a board.
Yeah.
But, okay, if this vote passes, I'm happy to be that person that you're recommending, and we just switch spaces, and he is doing his job, but if he needs to defer to someone, he can defer to me. If that is something that you all are comfortable with, because I kind of see where this is going, and I think further conversation is just going to devolve.
Okay, I'm good with that.
That doesn't have to be a part of the vote, it's just, I'm just offering it.
Ms. Hall would like to.
Ms. Hull?
No, I was just saying it's very gracious of you. I like that.
Okay. Okay.
So, great, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. All in favor of suspending the rules?
We've already suspended the rules. Now we
We've
have
already
to-
suspended the rules.
Now we have to.
No, this is the vote to suspend the
Oh,
rules.
this is the vote to suspend.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah, we
I thought
haven't
had
even,
suspended the rules.
no. Okay.
See,
all-
this is why I need help.
Okay, all in favor of suspending the rules and keeping the seat vacant with, I guess, the stipulation that I will serve as some sort of backup to Mr. Evans if he needs advice or assistance. All in favor of that long thing that I just said, please raise your hand and say aye.
4, 5.
Okay, one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you.
May we call the nays, please, ma'am?
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. That motion passes 5-4. I don't know what we just did. Okay. All right, so let's move forward with presentations. Up is behavior supports update. Is that Dr. Elder?
Good evening, Dr. Anderson and board members. I would like to bring members of our team, Dr. Jennifer Talbert and Mr. Jabari Cobb. They have worked together to meet the challenge that you gave us to come back with not only discipline data, but the system of multi-tiered supports that we do for our students. So it's my pleasure to make this introduction.
Hi, good afternoon, or no, it's evening now. Again, my name is Jennifer Tolbert, and I am pleased to stand before you. Can you guys hear me? Okay, a little bit, is that better? Okay, I'm pleased to stand before you to give you some proactive preventative measures that are taking place within the district as it relates to the behavior supports. I'm gonna see if I can do my eye-hand coordination. All right, let's see. There you go. It takes two of us. This is the behavior team here working together. And, okay, thank you. So what you're gonna see on the first slide that she's running to is just a brief overview of where we stand with behavior support. That's Jabari and myself right there. So on the next slide, what you're gonna see is pretty much the framework of behavior support. Again, it's MTSS. And just a reminder, MTSS, we're not talking about Tier 3, Tier 1, Tier 2 students. We're talking about students who are on those tiers receiving that level of interventions. So MTSS, multi-tier system of supports. What I want to bring to your attention, first, number one, on the green portion, 80% of our students are served. Again, PBIS, that is the framework, and we have to remember we're looking at the proactive behavior support that's taking place in the district. On step 2 or stage 2 or tier 2 of the MTSS pyramid, that's where some students who are not responding to tier 1 interventions are receiving more detailed, maybe small group, more interventions above and beyond tier 1. And again, on tier 3, about 3 to 5% of our student population are receiving more intensive interventions. And so I'm gonna get into shortly looking at, we're going to talk about FBAs, functional behavior assessments, where we are and why that's important in understanding the why and the function of these behaviors. And so it's also important to note right there in the middle is like a little slither where we're talking about all students. We're not forgetting students with disabilities or students English language learners, honors, gifted. This is serving all students. Just want to make that clear. Okay. Now that we've looked at this framework, let's look at what I call is the philosophy behind behavior support, and that is we are grounded in care, driven by data, or that we are becoming more data focused. And so on the slide here, you do see about 6 taglines here, 6 core commitments, but while there are 6, there are the main 2 that I really want us to focus on is number 1, which is that preventative shift. Typically when we hear behavior support, the main thing that we're thinking about, or historically, we're thinking about being reactive. Someone coming in to save the day, what's wrong? I want us to shift our mindset more so of the proactive, the preventative things that we have to put in place before the behavior. So we want to start swimming upstream before those behaviors take place. The other one I want us to point out too is number 3. Point out also is number 3 when we're looking at LRE support. And so not only are we looking at the interventions across all settings, we want to make sure that we are ensuring those interventions are being held. If it's a gen ed, special ed, honors, gifted, whatever classroom, and to make sure they're equitable across the board. And so we just want to make sure that these items do not remain in silo. It is built directly and more broader to supporting the district's strategic goal. And so we know what the strategic goal is: connected culture, optimizing talent, thriving students. This is something that I just really honed in on, and I bet that our behavior support team could tell you in their sleep what these 3 strategic goals are and what do we stand for, because all of our work ties back into these 3 areas. The main 2, if we're looking at connected culture, this is about us creating systematic cohesion, where we're making sure, and I want to point out specifically where we are sitting in those MTSS meetings, where we are helping develop those critical interventions at each tier level, where we are connecting with social workers, psychologists, administrators, behavior support team members at levels 1 and 2, but more importantly, when we're looking at level 3, where we're bringing that parent engagement part on. Also, when we're looking at thriving students, of course, that's where really where all of this, the rubber meets the road. And again, that is where the school-based teams are making sure that they are meeting the way they are supposed to be meeting, so we can have these conversations about the interventions before the behavior occurs. Now, when we're looking at slides, the next slide, and this is where I want us to pause. Maybe we can go to the next one. This is where I want us to pause for a second. Last year, there were about 5 FBAs that were conducted. Again, an FBA is a functional behavior assessment, and this is where I just want to give you an idea. There are 11 team members, and we conducted 78 this year across gen ed and SPED, mostly SPED. Each FBA takes about 3 to 4 weeks each. So we're averaging about 7 apiece. That's not including the other duties and responsibilities of the behavior support team. So I don't want you to look at it and say, oh wow, our behavior concerns grew. That's not what it says. It's basically saying that this is where the teams in the schools stopped, paused, wanted to look at data, interventions to analyze what's going on prior to suspending a student, putting them out of school, putting them in other settings. The first 3 days of an FBA, we're looking at what's called baseline data. So it takes that behavior specialist all day, every day, across all settings to take that data to see what are those target behaviors that we have to operationally define. After that, then we're taking 10 additional days of ABC, antecedent of the behavior, consequent, not necessarily looking at what's negative, but what happened right after. And so we are taking all of that data, we're analyzing it, and I think that's very important, Because I've heard several times here, we talked about reading interventions. A lot of times when you're analyzing that data, we can determine these behaviors are occurring in this particular classroom at this time for whatever reason. But that's the purpose of us doing an FBA, so we can find the why, the function of the behaviors. And so that way we are putting in function-based interventions, that we're not just doing things that we think is gonna work. A lot of times we do that and we'll say, oh, well, it's not working. Maybe because we have the wrong function, we have the wrong why of those behaviors. So in addition to that, while all of this is going on, we also are conducting indirect assessments. We are looking at parent surveys, student surveys. We're holding meetings, talking to the team members, indirect assessments from the staff members, and then we're sitting down looking at the interventions. Again, we want to know the why, because we want to know how to keep the students in the classroom so they can learn and they can be with their peers. So that's just a little bit about the FBA. Just that piece, keep in mind, we went from 5 to 78. That's averaging about 7. Now we know we're in school, the students are in school about 180 days, correct? So you're thinking, oh, that's about an FBA per month. But in addition to that, we also have other items that we attend as well. You can see here that there are several other meetings that our team members participate in. Those MTSS meetings are crucial. SRT meetings, PBIS meetings, discipline talks, they do restorative chats. We've delivered numerous PLs. We've even increased our mindset trainers, and the main piece of that mindset piece is that de-escalation, how we're not just working with students, we're teaching teachers how to de-escalate so they can de-escalate the students as well. And so we have increased that number from 4, where there were only 4 mindset trainers at the beginning of the year. Now all of our team members are mindset trainers. There is a trainer in every secondary, and there are 4 that are dispersed across the district in all the elementary settings. So that's just a little bit about, and this is my year of baseline to really see and to think, what does this mean for students? I know this process works because we have used this many other times, and I have seen students leave from a special education self-contained setting that's back in their home school or back into those gen ed settings, being successful with their peers. We have transitioned students from the Marcus Autism Center back into the school district, where they may have had 4 individuals before. They're now back here in the school district or have graduated, and they only had 2 staff members with that amount of support based on the ABA interventions that we put in place. So there's a lot of great things happening. I just wanted to make sure that we were able to see all of the positive, the proactive interventions. And also, we'll be pleased to show what does this mean for our students, the data, looking at the data of particular students and how we're going to see a decrease once we are consistent and effective in implementing these interventions. One thing I will leave you with before I turn it over to Mr. Cobb is that typically when we're putting interventions in place, there is something called an extinction burst. So we may see like a slight increase of behaviors before it gets better, kind of average out, and then we'll start seeing a decrease. So I don't want you guys to think that this is the end-all be-all. There's a lot of work that goes into this where we are training, and we're talking about optimizing talent. We're training the teachers on these interventions. We are giving them the tools. We're observing. We're pushing into the classroom, providing that direct support. And again, it's that ongoing collaboration and building capacity of the behavior support team in addition to the classroom teachers. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Cobb.
Good evening, to everyone. I'm Jabari Cobb. Good evening, Board President Anderson, Vice President Evans, and all the other board members, Dr. Scott, and all those in attendance. Again, I'm Jabari Cobb, Director of Student Support, and I'm here tonight to present an overview of the proposed strategy for the upcoming academic year, developed following an analysis of the current student discipline data and the trends that we've gleaned and make some data-informed decisions for next school year. I'm slide 13, actually, now, if you go one slide. The vision for the Student Support Department is to provide an intervention-based approach to student behavior that is in compliance with current laws and policies. The Student Support Department operates on the philosophy of fairness and equitable discipline practices for all students, aligned with the district strategic initiatives, connected culture, and thriving students. And our philosophy focuses on 4 pillars after this year's data, and make some data-informed decisions to stand on 4 particular pillars. To be proactive, as my colleague Dr. Tolbert mentioned, provide proactive support through staff training and data monitoring. Number 2, utilizing progressive discipline. Number 3, applying fair and equitable district-wide practices. And number 4, promoting shared stakeholder accountability for behavior. On slide 14, one of our goals, well, actually 2 specific goals for next year: reduce the use of exclusionary practices for ODRs and reduce the use of ISS and recidivism in ISS, or continue that reduction actually, because we found some data we gleaned that we're actually moving in the right direction with ISS, but still continue that reduction. Slide 15, please.
Mr. Cobb, could I ask a question really quickly? What's an ODR?
Office discipline referral.
Okay, thank you.
Which is typically the highest a student can get, that gets you into that higher tier consequence if you get an ODR. Thank you. Stop me if any questions arise. To begin, I want to provide district-wide data overview, which reveals a general rise in student incidents. Following a brief district leadership retreat, we are now categorizing these occurrences to distinguish between safe and substance-free, or SSF, incidents, which involve objective and serious offenses, and non-SEF offenses, which are more subjective and less severe in nature. We're also prioritizing the consistent use of Spotlight, a tool designed for handling minor violations. While application currently varies by location with Spotlight, we plan to increase the training and oversight in all of our schools for next school year, and as my colleague said, baseline data. This includes conducting monthly referral reviews to ensure incidents are correctly routed to Spotlight instead of campus when appropriate. We will also provide ongoing support and PLs for building leaders to calibrate their practices to district expectations. On slide 16, the district continues to see a decrease in violent offenses such as fighting and battery, and we attribute this to the improved implementation of systems such as MTSS and PBIS. We'll continue to build a stronger MTS support for schools, continue to utilize PBIS, and incorporate other supports as well. Slide 17, student incivility and disorderly conduct remain our most subjective offenses. To address this, we are now distinguishing, like we said before, between non-SEF or SSF offenses. So those that are objective will go into those serious categories, which are SSF. Non-SSF offenses, or those that are more subjective, we want to start pushing those toward the Spotlight infractions, which in some cases are more specific anyway. We're also exhibiting Spotlight to a minor violation through increased leadership training and monthly referral reviews, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure proper routing of those offenses. Slide 18. To mitigate the rise of subjective offenses and out-of-school suspensions, we're implementing the following strategic measures. Again, alignment with Spotlight. We will identify and categorize violations within Spotlight systems that are actually more appropriate for those offenses and apply, as Dr. Tolbert mentioned, appropriate targeted interventions and support. Number 2, suspension alternatives. For subjective offenses such as disorderly conduct or student civility, we're establishing alternative disciplinary options. So if a student issues a curse word to a staff member, we can now take that to inappropriate language now, which is more specified in our Spotlight category. Number 3, continuous training and monitoring, which I mentioned earlier. We'll provide initial staff training and conduct monthly reviews and monitoring the data to, again, ensure that we're putting the right violation with the right appropriate consequence in our code of conduct. And then finally, make evidence-based and data-driven decisions. Our commitment is to be data-informed and make our decisions based on whether school support is needed and deliver that effectively, not just myself, but in tandem with my colleague, Dr. Tolbert. Slide 19, as shown in this slide, there is a district wide rise in OSS suspension days. Again, I've mentioned some things we're going to use to mitigate that. We've initiated and developed suspension alternatives through our discipline committee. These initiatives are designed for students who commit the violations of the code of conduct that do not present an immediate safety threat. And so we want to reserve OSS for those kids that have the most severe violations. And in collaboration with our newly reestablished discipline committee, we're creating additional supporting interventions. Our primary objective is to decrease OSS days, ensuring, as Dr. Tolbert mentioned, we keep kids on campus and engage in direct instruction. On slide 20, I want to again go back to how we plan to address the OSS. Three main things: discipline-informed action plans, collaborative support systems working alongside school administrators to ensure non-SSF incidents are appropriately categorized and introduce alternatives to suspension. And again, community integration. I know the new board member mentioned that when he was giving his, not speech, or I guess his campaign. We want to enhance partnerships with the community members and offer more resources to support those students and families as we have a more trauma-informed lens. Again, my colleague mentioned this, and she's right. As we dig deeper into some of these offenses, we begin to unpack layers of things that come out when these offenses do occur. For slides 21, with ISS, I want to kind of hone in on this for a second. Secondary school in-school suspension trends are showing a modest improvement, particularly in middle schools. This progress is largely credited to the 2-year co-design model we developed through our research practice partnership with Dr. Richard Welch of Vanderbilt University, who I believe is here tonight. This discipline committee, consisting of district leaders and school administrators, honed in on specific discipline infractions and will continue to work to implement strategies and interventions to reduce the violation of our code of conduct. And of course, Dr. Tolbert is not a volunteer. She's on every committee that I have. So whenever we do these, conduct these meetings, she's always a part of that planning session. The district's upcoming strategy focuses on activating more co-design teams within the discipline committee to develop sustainable suspension alternatives and reduce in-school suspension and out-of-school suspensions, and then particularly hone in on 2 specific groups: exceptional education with a co-design team and elementary populations. Sometimes as we dig through the data, we hone in on one issue and we begin to tweak that, and then we see other things that have now evolved that we need to also turn our attention to, and that would again be exceptional education and elementary populations. Slide 23, please. You can move on. Next slide. While secondary level hearings have seen an overall decline, our objective remains centered on reserving these proceedings for only the most severe infractions. Looking ahead for next year, we're refining this approach. Unless a violation involves a weapon, serious bodily harm, or other critical safety threats, all hearing requests must be supported by documentation of the school's prior interventions. These documented supports and interventions will serve as mandatory exhibits, providing essential evidence of the efforts made by the school before a formal hearing is sought and granted. And of course, that's in collaboration with my team member, Dr. Tolbert. After numerous conversations, we think that's important that we institute that for next school year. But you will see that we have still declined in the number of hearings offered, and we've conducted throughout the school year. And in closing, I want to quote, I'll call her Dr. Hull, I guess you're JD, so Dr. Hull or Ms. Hull. This time last spring, last spring, I think April or May, I can't remember what day, we were talking about the code of conduct at that time, and all of you guys had various inputs that you gave me. But one thing she said was a seminal moment. She said, but could we? And we were referring to the code of conduct as just one document, not the only document, but one document that we utilize. And that has kind of been sort of the seminal moment that I've used. So here's what we have to offer right now, Ms. Hull, to all the board members. We have the only code of conduct in our RESA, currently in our RESA, but listening to the input from all of you, that offers the following: clear communication of district beliefs, including interventions and progressive discipline, which is on pages 4 and 6. Out of all the RESAs, the regional educational support agencies that we operate around. We also have the only spotlight menu offering to our building leaders less severe consequences, and in some cases more specific to the non-SSF infractions. We also have the only code of conduct that has restorative discipline and reteaching behavior through the base that we've purchased. And finally, listen to the board meeting in May. We have two things that we have really begun to work on through our co-design and discipline committee. We don't want to call it first offender, but first violation of our vapes, we now utilize through one of our APs who did it in her school. We now want to broaden this out as a first offender vape or substance abuse protocol. Utilize that programming. We're working with now those individuals to scale it out to all of our secondary schools. So we'll be one of the first districts, to my knowledge and our research, to offer that as a first violation, not first offender, but first violation for possession and or usage of vapes. No, not distribution, but possession or usage. And of course, having an SEL intervention with a discipline matrix. We want to make sure that we offer that to our principals and our building leaders to use that. So we are listening to our board members. We hear your and I don't know, Ms. Hull, you're falling off now, but hopefully as the iterations continue to change, we will continue to be out in front of some of our colleagues in other districts and see what my colleague and all of our colleagues want, which is a reduction, more kids in school, less kids out of school. This concludes my presentation. I'll wait in case you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Dr. Tolbert and Mr. Cobb. Does the board have any questions for them or comments? Ms. Davis, I see your microphone is on.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I really do like the data. Having data, I'm still appalled by the numbers. But I just have a simple request. Where do we get, I've had several parents that have asked me for a copy of the Code of Student Conduct. Where can I get copies to share with at least 3 community members that have asked me about that?
You could always, of course, reach out to me directly, but it should be at the school levels. We have physical books they can get. It's also on the website as well.
No, they need to flip pages. So I can go to one of the schools and ask for that?
You should, and if they run out, of course, I keep extra copies for
So thank you, Dr. Scott. I'll get permission to go to a school and pick up a couple of copies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Ms. Hull?
Not that I'm telling y'all what to do, but I think it's supposed to be in each classroom, a student code of conduct, so maybe check that out. But yes, thank you. I will not be falling off. I'll just be in a new capacity since I won't be in the board as a board member. So a couple of just, I guess, concerns maybe that you all can hint. Starting with the FBAs, I was really excited to hear about that. But with our numbers, to hear that we've only had 78 FBAs conducted in district when we're a school district of 14,000 students or just below, not saying that each one of those students would need an FBA, but that number is extremely low unless we're contracting out the process of getting FBAs to private agencies. So looking at, or maybe having some concern around, at what tier are we introducing FBAs? Are we only getting FBAs if there's a referral for a comprehensive evaluation? That was one of the questions around that, and specifically what would it take to have FBAs done earlier in the process. I know our superintendent is really excited around utilizing this assessment more, and I support that so that we're minimizing out-of-school suspension and really understanding what the students are trying to communicate. So I guess, and I don't know how you would like for me to do it, Chair, but I have maybe 3 questions. I don't know if you want me to pause and let them answer FBA and then come back, or?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
Okay, so mostly the FBA consents, of course, we have to have a consent from the parents. So typically, if you're looking at the gen ed setting, it's typically on tier 3. Sometimes a parent can request, or if the team is finding that after multiple rounds of interventions, multiple cycles, if the student is not responding, we can request one as well. A parent can also request one, but we typically at a tier 3 once we see that they are not responding to any level of intervention that we are attempting. Special education is a little different. Typically, a parent or a school can request an FBA at any time, especially if there is a behavior intervention plan or new behaviors that are showing themselves. They can request one at any time, but typically on the gen ed side, it's tier 3.
Thank you. And then that kind of dovetails into question or comment 2, and then 3 will be quick. I wrote down in the notes that you were stating that parent engagement starts at tier 3, or that's when it's being brought in. My concern would be that we're not starting earlier at tier 1, especially when we have community, the partnership where we want community parents engagement there. So having that done at tier 1 to make it more preventative. And then my last concern or / comment kind of goes to looking at the data, making sure that we're looking at the right data. Yes. I know that we've talked about being progressive, and now we have the new, I guess, platform where we can reteach and kind of pre-teach, but I'll be very interested and hopeful that my colleagues will ask for the data after the next school year to see how many students took advantage of that, and was that really preventative? Because I see preventative discipline always being like in the student code of conduct, but as the attorney side of it, I never see it being progressive at all. It's like you pull out the matrix, and if it's this defense or offense, it's already going here. It's not progressive. So really making sure that we're utilizing that progressive approach with the new metric that we have, and incorporating that parent involvement and our tools earlier, not just waiting until we get to tier 3, but doing it very early on at tier 1 would be my ask. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I do want to say that at the local school levels, when we're talking about parent involvement, tier 1 PBIS, yes, there are opportunities for parents to be involved there. So they can be involved at any level of interventions, and we have to remember as well, just because a student may be receiving tier 3 interventions, it's kind of fluid, because once we find that they are responding to those interventions, they can be tiered down back to a tier 1 where they are responding to interventions that even the other 80% of the students. But of course, yes, there are many of the schools are involved in parents early, but when I was speaking specifically of the FBA, making sure we get that consent, that's usually at tier 3. Sometimes it's at tier 2 if we're just like, something's not working. We're missing the function, we're missing the why of that. So
I guess
thank you.
my thought is just in this, and I'm just a little bit more discretion. Give me some grace since this is my last one. But I guess in this climate that we're in, the fact pattern that I'm concerned about for us is our cool kids, our students that have communication issues, right? Maybe they have autism and they don't understand social communication and norms. And then in our climate where they can see and say things and it's sensationalized based on what's happening in the news, if a child makes a comment that's perceived as a threat, are we doing an FBA, or are we trying to get to the cause of the behavior very early on? And maybe I shouldn't use threat, because I think you do a threat assessment, but when a student is exhibiting very big behavior, loud behavior, very loud, I'm just wanting us to utilize this metric sooner rather than later, because we do have a large population of students who are very smart and who, if they are wanting to get out of school, have learned exactly what behaviors to do to get suspended to get out of school. Then they get picked up because we have a daytime curfew and they go straight on to juvie court. So just making sure that if we have the ability as a district to provide these metrics to our students at no additional external cost, are we using that as early as possible to get the right data to look at to make those decisions?
Thank you, understood.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Gant?
Can I pause real quick? I think that Dr. Elder was going to share a little bit more information just around the FBA, because I think that what she's sharing is specific to the behavior team and what they're doing around FBAs.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. That is the clarification. So all of our students who have IEPs, who have an emotional behavior disorder or an autism eligibility, do have FBAs that lead to their BIPs, or their behavior intervention plan. What we are seeing an increase and we're excited about is we have a specialized behavior team, and we have schools now reaching out to them for more extensive support when their original
behavior intervention plans are not working. So I didn't want it to seem that those are the only FBAs in our district.
I'm glad you feel better. Okay, that's great. Thanks, everyone. All right, Dr. Gant?
Yes, I had a couple of questions, and I'm open to yielding after, in case others have questions too. So I know you mentioned that professional development that there had been professional development. I was wondering if you could share a little bit about like what that menu of professional development looks like. And the reason I'm asking is because I know that we're, still just sort of, it's a figuring out with behavior, and it's so many other factors that, quite frankly, are outside of the school. But in our data dashboard, our behavior data dashboard, when I look at the 2 years that you all have presented on, we still, to me, I don't know if it's like a notable or significant disproportionality ratio, but we certainly see some disparities when we look at like how, like the total amount of incidents, how many of those were, let's just say, students who were African American or a part of any other particular group. So I'm very curious about the professional development piece. How do we get at the disparities? And then how do we know that what we are doing from a professional development piece is actually impacting our outcomes with regards to the number of incidents and the students that are who are receiving like the ODRs?
Well, for my department, of course, we delve into, of course, the specifications. So one of the things I opened up with in the first part of the year is how to code, how do we use the code of conduct appropriately, and other measures as well. And to make sure if I hear your question correctly, what it means, reach the standard of due process, go through that first, make sure we reach preponderance, and it's the appropriate code. And that's an ongoing thing. A lot of times my calls then throughout the day become, here's the incident, what can I do? And then, of course, that's always referenced back to the code of conduct. But also, now that we have other things in place, offer this, let's try this measure here before you move to this. And I will say, some schools, and I give my administrators credit, when I do look at some of those that have come my way for hearings, I'll be very honest with you, they've held on kids quite a long time, and they've had quite a few infractions. So now that goes to the piece I have to leverage now, Dr. Tober, who has a lot of great information. What can we now do? If they're going to hold on to the kids a little bit longer and not offer the highest consequence, how do we utilize appropriately, as you would like to say, the discipline plan? So that's a PL that now she offers through her department. For me, I offer a lot of planning with making sure it's accurate, making sure it reaches the threshold of that. I know we mentioned one particular, Ms. Hull, last month. That's the thing we always teach. Is it preponderance? Do you have enough to make sure due process has been applied appropriately, and does it reach that? And that's an ongoing thing for PLs for me. Also, now we offer PLs through the co-design process. That's where we now begin to develop in-house things that we can offer as supports. Now, the more specified training comes through Dr. Tober's department. And of course, you saw that early matrix of all the meetings she's been a part of. I believe is, I think, behavior support meetings. And that's where she will come in, or her team comes in to say, hey, school, here's some things you need to look at as alter suspensions or effective behavior monitoring plans. I could you call them BS, whatever she would term that, and that's kind of her lane. But we want to make sure we do more monthly updates as well.
And I guess in my head, I know like part of what we do is center our work obviously on the needs of the children, but the framework we use is the MTSS framework. Mm-hmm. And so in my mind, the reason that I'm asking is really to get an idea if there is like a standard, I don't want to use the word protocol, but like across these tiers, what professional development do we know for a fact that people have received? Not just what professional development, what interventions are linked to your tier one, which perhaps.
okay.
Maybe it's not, maybe those are more school-wide interventions and school-wide programs. And so, and this may be a longer conversation, maybe at a summit or something, but I think it goes back to, I really think not just the board, but the community has to have an idea of where we're going when we have something that really is so persistent that many schools systems deal with. So it's not unique to Clark County, but like, in my mind, I'm like, well, if we're ever going to be able to tell, like, if what we are doing is actually helping with disparities, is like impacting the number of incidents we have, how do we know that if we don't have a standard way of going about addressing behavior and then, like, you know, modifying it as needed? And then how do we know when we need more? So for instance, with a tier 1, at some point, a student might get to a place, so based on what I'm seeing here, our behavior incidents, and I think, and I don't know if this is updated, but for all of those 2 years was around 11,000, but students with behavior incidents were 3,000. A little bit. And so that tells us a little bit, not everything, but like there are certain students, like not everyone,
Correct.
but there are some students that continue to struggle. And so at these tiers, it helps us know what else is needed and what are the implications for spending, what are the implications for, it helps us be prepared for like budgeting, because at some point, these students are gonna run into an issue with resources that are provided. Like a behavior specialist team that is not required to have any, like, a therapeutic background. At some point, we might see that, oh gosh, we're gonna need more mental health therapists for really a lot of our tier 3, or not tier 3, but you know, sort of approaching that end of tier 2. And so when we can't see that, we sort of don't have a framework for like really, we know the pieces that are going on and the really, really good work that's being put in by behavior specialists, mental health counselors, social workers. I mean, I sort of see everyone having a role, with teachers, bus drivers even, you know, like at tier 1, but it's still hard to have an idea of like, what is our framework?
Sure.
What are our ultimate goals? What are our small goals? And I know you all did share some of those goals. And then how do we know that what we're doing, this standard set of practices, are helping us get to where we want to be? I don't know if that all makes sense.
I understand
but it's
that.
just
I do.
trying to advocate for a framework and standard practices that we can build on, and then like truly and empirically evaluate like what's working and what's not.
And we will definitely consider that and get that to you, Dr. Gann, because I do understand your question now.
All right, Mr. Denson.
Thank you, sir. So my question is around, which I'm excited to hear about, the collaborative support systems and the data informed, trying to bring down the out-of-school suspension dates, since we have seen that stagnate and actually slowly still grow. So I know you talked about that trying to address the non-safe and substance-free incidents in a different way where we can keep those kids in school. Have you looked at what percentage of these, of the ones we've seen these past years would fit into that category, so we can have an understanding of how big of a drop we would see in these OSS moving forward, hopefully?
I haven't calculated that yet, but our data team had a great report they just actually gave to us about 2 weeks ago. So that's a little more specified, because I'm like, y'all want to know if we if we specify supports for those kids, what that would look like. So I'm going to delve into that and get into that more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denson. Dr. Anderson?
So it looked, and this is like very rudimentary, like looking at data, so forgive me if my question maybe doesn't make sense. It looked like the OSS rates have gone up, or numbers actually, not even rates, they're numbers, right? Yeah, days, have gone up and then ISS days have gone down. And I guess I'm curious, so in your presentation, you mentioned that the ISS rates going down was a direct result of other interventions that you've implemented. Could it be possible that the ISS rates going down are a direct result of the OSS rates going up? Could that be possible? Or did you all account for that and you know for a fact that that's not what's happening?
So two things can be true at the same time. So some of the schools we work with in the middle school environments, because that's where we initially had the co-design, that recidivism has dropped. Those kids did not come to ISS because we honed in at 2-year data. Now, it could be for other schools that didn't have that co-design process that they chose OSS opposed to ISS. So that's why I think I mentioned in my comment, we want to now have a co-design to make sure that we take those OSS kids, triangulate who they are, make sure we drive that number down. If nothing else, I'd rather be in ISS because we have spaces that we crafted to make sure they're being retaught the skill. We know in middle schools that recidivism rate now works. Now we have to apply that and scale that now to our high school spaces as well. So I can answer your question once I look at that data set to see, are we taking OSS because we're not using ISS, and can we get both to have reduced recidivism? And that's why that co-design process that we're going to apply now to high school ISS, because we started with the middle school, we know those kids did not come to ISS much, which means they didn't come to OSS either. Now can we see that, I think Mr. Denson or Ms. Gant asked, once we get those kids and know who they are, can we watch the exponential number drop, because we can identify who they are and what can we provide for support. So these are questions we keep asking as well. We want to find the kids and have the right support and intervention for those kids. So OSS will drop, and ISS should continue to drop as well.
Okay. I would love to see that.
So would I.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Anderson. Anyone else? All right, seeing how there's no one else, thank you, Dr. Tolbert. Mr. Cobb, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Evans?
Oh, boy, okay.
Discipline committee and the co-design teams. So a good bit of what has been recommended historically is when we're trying to address like discipline disparities and issues, that those teams are made up of not just individuals in the schools, but like community stakeholders like parents and students and maybe even others. And so I'm just curious, and you may have already said this, though the discipline committee and co-design teams, do they include community members or maybe even, I don't know, maybe LSGT people or parents, or is it just people that work in the district?
So this year, the district committee was made up, as I said before, of the district personnel and school administration. However, every time we met and came up with some metrics or ideas, I met with, I think, the student, and I forgot the term, I think they call all these ABs, the teacher advisory board, the parent advisory. So I always went out strategically to say, here's what we're working on. And especially now that we have these new things like the vapes and the cell phone. So I meet with those other ABs, PAB, you name it. I go out to meet with those groups and say, this is where we are, guys. What do you also want the district committee to know based on what we found? So I found that to be very helpful.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you again, Dr. Tolbert and Mr. Cobb. We appreciate all your hard work. We appreciate all the things that you do, especially for our students. All right, this brings us to number 8, the consent agenda. I need a motion and a second, please.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda as prepared.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Davis, second by Mr. Denson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Well done, everybody. Okay, that brings us to number 9. Ooh, and the financial report.
There we go. Had a red light, now it's green, so who knows? Sorry about that. I'm gonna let Lisa pull that up. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, board members. You have before you the financials as of April 30th, 10 months into the year. That's kind of hard to believe. Actually, now we're really 12 months into the year since it's June. Actual revenues still a little bit higher, but a little over 500,000 more. Budget expenditure is still a little bit under budget, about 832,000. Again, the general fund has a fund balance at the end of April of about 89.6. That will continue to trend down to that just above 50 million mark. I know it seems hard to believe we're at April and it's still at 90 million. That's just the cyclical nature of our revenues. Right now, we're just getting our QBE money, a little bit of tax revenue, but mostly just state QBE funds. Keep it in mind, we have to, the way our teacher contracts work, I think I explained this maybe last year or the year before, they run through July 31st. So for accounting purposes, that July payroll for our 190 staff, mostly our teachers, parapros, actually goes into the prior fiscal year. So that's also another reason why it dips. I was actually looking at last year, and it was about at the same level last year. So it continued to dip as well. So yeah. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have on the April financials.
Thank you, Mr. Greiner. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Greiner? No? Okay. I need a motion and a second that we approve the financial report for this month, please.
I move that we approve the financial report.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed? Okay, that leads us to 9B, Policy CG, Administrative Personnel First Read. Now, this is the one that we have to approve, correct? Oh, it's the one we want to rescind. Oh, that's right.
I move that we rescind policy CG.
Second.
Second? Oh, go ahead.
All right. Motion by Dr. Yeager and second by Ms. Davis. All right. So all in favor of rescinding policy CG, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed? Okay. All right. We'll move on to policy LDAJA, which is interrogations and investigations. Recommend to adopt changes. I need a motion second before we can start discussion.
Move that policy LDAJA, is that correct, be approved as presented?
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Ms. Davis and approved by Ms. Hensley. I'm going to open the floor, and I'm going to kind of limit debate on this for like 3 minutes, please. We have talked about this a lot, so I think that, and maybe what I'll do is I'll just start down the line with Ms. Hensley, and if you got something to say, then go ahead and I'll give you your 3 minutes, and if not, we can just say, okay. You good? All right. Ms. Bagby? Ms. Davis, I mean, Ms. Bagby, I can't hear you. Can you please speak into the microphone? I'm very sorry. Thank you.
In my number 9 says nomination of board officers. So you're calling different numbers, so I don't think you gave me the.
I'm sorry, I did not have time to print the agenda from the work session, so the printed agendas are still from the work session. The board meeting agenda is on the screen.
Okay, so what about, well, I'm just going to go by the one that you gave me when I got here. So I'm concerned about G under 6.
Ms. Bagby, I'm very sorry to say this, but you're out of order. We have to follow the order because we adopted an agenda. Okay, so we'll make sure next time to get your printed copy. All right.
Can I just state for Ms. Bagby that it's item 5D on the workshop session?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Okay, all right. So,
Nothing
all right.
further.
Ms. Davis, Dr. Yeager, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Denson?
Thank you. Yeah, I do still have concerns about this, and you know, hearing from our attorney as of this discussion that this is not a necessary policy that we have to have, and I do have some concerns about some of the impacts this could have on access for police and local law enforcement when it comes to questioning, subpoenaing our students. And I do have concerns about I really want our schools to always be this safe haven, no matter what's going on in the student's life. Everything else might be absolutely chaotic and disastrous, but when they come to a school, I want them to feel safe. And this gets away from that for me personally, and some of that is the what Dr. Gant brought up, the word, if practicable, even on with parents and legal guardians being present, plus a few of the other concerns that I've definitely already spoken to, so I'm happy to move forward with a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Denson. All right, anyone else? Dr. Gant?
Yes, I still have some concerns, and I've tried to really articulate them and figure them out. And the only thing I can say is that I want us to be clear that students, when they are questioned, that their parents must be there unless it is like a situation where harm is imminent. And it's still, for me, appearing a little bit jumbled. That's not as clear. And so while I'm going to, of course, respect the will of the board, and I also know that if we don't have this updated policy, we fall back to what we are currently operating from. And at this point, they don't have to have parents. And so I want them to have parents there, but I also want us to be clear. But I understand we've been talking about this for 6 months. But I just needed to register my concerns on record.
Thank you, Dr. Gant. Ms. Hull, do you have any comment? Okay. I share the concerns of Dr. Gant and Mr. Denson. I have some feelings on this. I agree that school is not the place where it should be a pickup or drop off by law enforcement. But I also know that we live in dangerous times, and right now, like you said, the policy that we have doesn't, I mean, they could just walk in and start talking to Jack or Tilly if they wanted to, and there's nothing to stop them. So, all right, having said all that, discussion's over. I'm closing discussion. So all in favor of policy LDAJA, raise your hand high and say aye, please. Aye. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. Nays? 2 nays. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. LDAJA passes. But I'm pretty sure we will be revisiting that real soon. So, okay. All right. Moving on to policy GARH, paid employee leave and absences. Recommended to adopt changes. I need a motion and a second, please.
I make a motion that we accept policy GARH.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Hensley.
Second?
What?
Did we vote to suspend the rules already on this policy? Maybe we should just do it again, just in case.
Okay, all right.
I make a motion for suspend the rules.
Okay, I have a motion that we suspend the rules. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? Okay. All right. This is the one that has to be done right now, right? We got to have it done before July 1st, correct? Okay. All right. Can I get a motion and a second and then discussion?
I make a motion to accept policy GARH.
Motion by Ms. Hensley, second by?
Second.
Second by Mr. Denson. Okay. All right. Any discussion, Dr. Yeager?
I would just like to make sure that we consider this adoption component very soon, as soon as possible, not push it to the retreat even.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yeager. Anyone else have anything before we go to the vote? Anyone? Okay, all right, all right. All those in favor of adopting policy GARH, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, none opposed. Okay, moving on to 9E, E-SPLOS 7 and referendum adoption. I need a motion and a second, please.
I move that we approve the eSPLOS 7 and referendum adoption.
Okay, all right, made by Dr. Yeager and seconded
Second.
by Ms. Davis. Okay, great. All right, discussion. Anyone? Ms. Davis, do you want to kick us off?
No, I really am grateful for the work that putting this together. I'm excited about a couple of projects that are coming forward that are long overdue from my perspective. I'm excited also about some of the opportunities that we have to implement and use that sustainability person as we look at a lot of major roof replacements and a lot of the 20-year cycles that are coming around. And we've had conversations about those facilities and what is the best practice on that. So I'm hoping that we will have the will to go forward with making the best decisions for the long term.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Dr. Yeager, do you have any comment? All right. Ms. Hensley, do you have any comment? Ms. Bagby? Okay. Dr. Anderson? No? Mr. Denson? Dr. Gant? Ms. Hull? Okay. All right. Seeing how no one else, then I'll call the question. All in favor of passing E-SPLOS 7 and referendum, say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed. Okay. Moving on to.
Mr. Evans, do you mind if I just make a couple of comments on
Yes,
that?
please.
That's important for the board to know, I think. So first, you may remember we do this every 5 years, and the school district itself can put out information, but it cannot advocate a yes vote. And you may notice, so that does not mean, now that means school resources can't be used. It doesn't mean you can't have individual conversations with people. You just can't use district resources or district staff, which obviously would be a resource. If you do talk to people, remember that the detailed project list is tentative. It's always tentative and subject to change. We can't represent that as set in stone, or we may be bound to it, which has created problems in the past. The other thing is, and the last thing on the promotion, remember that's what the COC's primary duty is. They are independent. They can go out and promote SPLOST for us. And I'm sure Mr. Gilbreth and I think Mr. Evans, I think are you the representative on COC?
No, that would be Ms.
Oh, Ms.
Davis.
Davis, okay. So y'all will be in contact with the COC about that. All right,
Okay.
thank you, I'm sorry.
No worries. No, thank you. Thank you. So, all right, just let's be careful of our words, everybody, okay? Yes, ma'am. Dr. Yam.
And so, just to be clear, because I have received questions, and I just want to remember, the project, I know that the project list is not like a definite, but we are able to sort of share what that project list or like those ideas are with the public?
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
right. On any of the print or online versions of that tentative subject to change, Mr. Gilbert, make sure that's on there. So just make sure we stay consistent with that.
All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. That was very nice. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item F, the 2026-2027 CCSD Code of Student Conduct. I need a motion and a second before we can go into discussion.
I move that we approve the 26-27 Student Code of Conduct.
Okay, Dr. Anderson moves and Ms. Hull seconds. Okay, discussion. I think I'm going to do it the same way I did last time, if that's okay, but I'm going to start down here with Ms. Hull. We'll start down here. And I'm going to limit it to 3 minutes because, again, we've had this before us for a long time. So if we don't have anything new, let's just kind of keep going. So, Ms. Hull, do you have anything?
Sure. We've had a lot of discussion about it. The only thing I would just impart and say and moving on is I know that the philosophy and the work that we want to see, let's make sure that we talk to our juvenile code and our other stakeholders so we can truly make sure that this is in tandem with what we're trying to disrupt in terms of taking our children out of school and disciplining them disproportionately. So that's all I got.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Dr. Gant?
Yes, I'll add, sort of building on what Ms. Hull said, I do think it's important just sort of to have a direction. And then I know we have a direction, we have a strategic plan, but to understand how all of this fits together, like the puzzles from the code of conduct to our interventions, protocols, and outcomes. I will also say I want to really commend Dr. Scott and the behavior team. But I do know for certain that our code of conduct, I believe, is one of the strongest. I know that to be true because we've looked at other code of conducts in some of my classes historically in our area, and they don't really compare. I think our work is just continuing to connect these interventions and our aspirations and goals. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gant. Mr. Denson? All right. Dr. Anderson? No? All right. Dr. Yeager? Okay. Ms. Davis?
Yes, since this is my last time looking at a code of conduct as a board member, I am still advocating for the name of this document to be changed to the code of misconduct, because that is essentially what it addresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. All right. Ms. Bagby?
I'm opposed to many things about this student code of conduct. It's negative toward our children. It's discriminatory toward our Black Negro children. I'm totally opposed to it, but I will go out into the community for my district, and I will get the parents involved to make some changes legally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bagby. Okay. And Ms. Hensley? We're good. Okay. Yeah, it's like really anything. It's not a perfect document, but it's what we got right now. And, you know, we can make it to be a more perfect union. We just got to continue to do the work and go forward. So I have a motion and a second, so now I'm going to call the question. All in favor of passing the CCSD Code of Conduct, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. 8. Okay. All those who oppose? 1. All right. Passes 8-1. Thank you very much, everyone. Moving now to the fiscal year 2027 millage rate, going to be at 18.8 mills. I need a motion and a second, please.
I make a motion that we adopt the 2027 millage rate.
Okay, Ms. Hensley makes the motion.
Second.
All right, and Dr. Yeager is the second. All right, does anyone have anything they want to add about this? Talk about it? No? Okay. All right. Okay, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of passing the millage rate, please raise your hand up and say aye. Aye. All opposed? Opposed? Okay. All right. And so, Ms. Bagby, you didn't vote. Are you planning on abstaining on this, ma'am?
Counted as an
Okay.
abstention.
All right. It's an abstention. All right. Thank you. Ma'am,
This is supposed to be the message. This is supposed to be the signal right here.
okay.
But I get ignored when it's on.
Good enough. All right, moving on to fiscal year 27 final budget. I need a motion and a second before we can entertain discussion.
I move that we approve the budget.
Second.
Okay, all right. Motion made by Dr. Yeager, second by Ms. Davis. Discussion, anyone have any final thoughts before we put this to bed? All right,
I just
Ms.
have one
Davis?
quick question that was passed to me recently. I know this is our tentative budget, and passing it simply says we are in agreement with the direction in which we are going with the expenditures. It does not mean that it cannot change. Is that correct?
Somewhat, it's the final budget for FY '27, but of course, it's a budget, so it's an estimation. So, I mean, you can always amend it during the year. So that part is correct. You can amend it. The tentative was passed back in May, so this is the final budget, but it can be amended at any time with the board's discretion. So, yes.
I think the public wanted to hear you say that. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you, Mr. Greiner. Okay, I'm going to call the question then. All in favor of passing the budget, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed, one abstention. Okay, all right. Moving on to I, personnel. So I need a
I
motion.
move that we pass the personnel as presented.
All right, made by Dr. Anderson, seconded by Ms. Hall. Okay, all right. All right, any questions about this? All right, seeing how I don't see anybody chomping at the bit to talk about this, we'll just call the question. All in favor of passing the personnel agenda, say aye. Aye. All opposed? None opposed? No, I was just saying, no. Oh, it was, Yeah, okay, it's my first day. This is why I needed a vice president. This is exactly why, right here, okay, all right. Last but certainly not least, item J, job description. Can I get a motion in a second, please?
I move to accept the job description as presented.
Presented, okay, and Mr. Denson, you're going to second
I'll
that?
second.
All right, so motion made by Ms. Davis, seconded by Mr. Denson. Dr. Gant, you had your light on?
I did, and pardon me, I wanted to clarify with the personnel list that I needed to abstain. And so I don't think I raised my hand to approve, but if I did not mean to, and it needs to be an abstention.
You know, you have until December to get your act
I know.
together. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't think I raised my hand, but look, I
No,
just want to be clear.
I should have said 2. I should have said 7-2. I'm very sorry. That was my fault. See, 2 mistakes right in a row. What? Oh. Why did you abstain?
Conflict of interest.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Okay, great. Okie dokie. All right, so we're back to the job description. Does anyone have any questions about the job description? No. Yes, Ms. Davis.
Not a lot. When I read the job description, I don't understand, I don't know clearly what the classifications are on that, but it sounded like a support person, and I couldn't tell if it was more technical or mechanical or a combination of both.
Yep.
Is there a large candidate pool for that?
Ms. Davis, I had the same question, and Dr. Scott gave us a really good answer, so she's got the answer for you.
Thank you, I'm looking forward to it.
So I'll give the answer, and then I'll let Mr. Gilbert chime in if I'm not correct or if I'm not clear. But this is to support the current individual. We only have one person currently on staff who actually does the maintenance on all of our kitchen equipments across the district. And so this would be someone to assist that person in making sure that we are able to do maintenance as well as repairs on all of our kitchen equipment across the district.
All right, is there any other questions or discussion about this? Dr. Gant?
Yes, just 2 quick pieces of clarification. With the job descriptions, I think before we've talked a little bit about like when they enter, and it sounds like this one may have, actually, I think, did we say summer? We said at some point like that would be the time for new job descriptions, right?
Yes, we decided on June and December.
Okay, perfect. And then, do you all anticipate, I know you mentioned that this is like to help really alleviate some of the work that someone is already doing. Like the last time we approve a job description, we sort of, it was an opportunity for like our classified staff and things like that who may have already been doing some of the work but had not been getting compensated to do that. Is this that same situation as well?
It could be a space where there may be some members of the plant services team that may be interested in this position.
Okay.
Because right now, they're not able to do this because it requires a level of expertise within that kitchen equipment to be able to do it. So it may be someone that's interested in taking on that role.
Thank you.
That was a lot more lively debate than I thought we'd have on that. Okay. All right. So I've got a motion and a second, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the job description, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed? No opposed? Okay, 8, 1 abstention. Okay. All right, now we come to number 10. Ms. Gilbert, come on down. You're the next contestant.
Good evening. First up, we have an update on West Broad. We met last week with the local building committee, and we had from the design charrette, there was roughly 4 or 5 different schemes. The architect came back with, some of them overlapped quite a bit, so we came back with 2 different options. One was a 2-building option where we kept Minor Street. We did not keep Campbell Lane. We built a new construction lab. And then the other option was a 3-building solution where we had kept Minor Street, kept Campbell Lane, and have a new 3-lab building. And that's what the committee voted for. That's the one they would like to pursue. So that's the presentation and slides that I'm showing you tonight. So again, we have an aerial view of West Broad. Each of the building is labeled Minor Street, Campbell, and the new lab space has parking and a turf area to be used as well. Next slide. This is a rendering of the front elevation of Minor Street, going back with period correct windows from some documentation from Historic Athens. And again, this is how it's going to look when we get done. Next one, kind of a closer view. After that, just a side view. Let's see. So this is one of our memory plazas, we'll call it. So there's different areas and opportunities for some historic plaques that we can put on the site as well. This would be between the Minor Street, back of the Minor Street building and the 3-lab building, another location for the plaques as well. This is kind of an aerial overview showing you the parking and the entrance onto the site. One of our challenges is we have to make sure that the radiuses will accommodate a bus as well as a fire truck. So that's kind of dictates how much paving and the radiuses we have to have. Again, kind of another overview with the turf area as well, the elevation of Campbell Lane, and another view of Campbell Lane. I think the last one is an elevation of the 3-lab building. We're probably going to do a modification to this to where we can pop up the back part of the building so that we get daylight into the lab space. That was one of the recommendations they asked about, trying to make sure that we did have some natural light into those areas. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I was a little distressed to see the size of the parking lot in the middle of this lot. Is that absolutely required? There's no parking on the outside, and
There is parking on the outside. It's more about trying to get a school bus and a fire truck through there that dictates how much we're going to have as far as pavement goes. And actually, we're going to have the bioretention cell underneath the parking area, so we're not taking up more space on the site with a big detention pond. So that will be concealed. We have I think 15 spaces along Minor Street, and then there's about 15 to 20 spaces across the road. So just trying to, you see what we can kind of fit on the site.
So there's no way to make it possible for the bus and the fire truck without, like, making it all parking?
Right. I mean, if we took out, you could take out the center parking, but you still got to be able to have that turning radius. And as far as trash trucks and things like that, you got to be able to pull onto the site, pick up a dumpster, those kind of things.
Sort of like a access road for the buses and the fire trucks, but that doesn't have to be the whole thing, has to be a parking lot, I guess is my suggestion.
Right, and what we would do is kind of, as we're meeting with the committee and also with the Career Academy, to see actually how many instructors, parking spaces, et cetera, that we need as part of that program. We can look at that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, and yeah, thanks for putting this all together, John. This is very exciting. I'm so glad that we've had this momentum and we're getting to this point. One just small question. I'm wondering, are we going to be able to save and utilize the clay faces that are there inside the old atrium that's there? I mean, it's just such a. My understanding is that was actually made by students that were there. And if we could somehow incorporate that into any of the historical components, I think that would be beautiful.
Ms. Davis, do you have any thoughts on that? I think that was actually from students later on in that time period. I think we're going to look at the whole plaza to see what we can do. We've got a lot of grade changes and such, so we'll look to see what we can save and incorporate in that area.
Okay, that sounds good. My other question was, somebody told me that right now the way the layout is that students from the main Career Academy complex, for them to be able to get over here, are going to be required to have to ride buses.
Right, there was an issue raised about safety and security and also inclement weather. So right now we have buses that drop off at the Career Academy. If you're taking the programs down here, the bus would take you down to this space.
It's such a short walk, and I understand that, but if we can find some kind of creative way of of making some kind of footpath or multi-use path that goes from there that can be done in a safe manner for the older students, I think that'd be great, because it just seems so inefficient to have buses idling, students get on these buses, literally drive, what is that, like maybe 250, 300 yards, and then get off there and go back. Yeah, if we could figure out some kind of beautiful path kind of way that we can have, I think that would be great.
Currently, there's a sidewalk that runs down the road behind the church. So, I mean, I'm sure we could look at something, but again, I think some of the staff from the Career Academy were just kind of voicing their concerns about student safety, inclement weather, things like that. So I'm sure we can look at
That was
different options.
definitely a request coming from the administration at the Career Academy, because that was our recommendation as well, that pathway that runs right beside the church could be utilized, and they felt that there needed to be some form of transportation from a security standpoint because of them transferring from their building, being in the general public, and then getting to the other campus, because there's that spacing, then they didn't feel comfortable with that. And so they said from a security standpoint, then they felt more comfortable if we had something that we could offer to be able to do that level of transport. Now, it doesn't have to be one of our larger buses. It could definitely be something on the smaller side, and it wouldn't necessarily be running constantly. It would be just during those significant times of arrival and dismissal.
I do understand like the security thing, but I guess it takes personnel to be on the bus, to drive the buses and sit on the buses. If we just have personnel walk with the students, I don't know. It just seems again, it's such a short period, such a short distance. It just seems a little overkill to have buses running. Yeah.
Ms. Davis?
So yes, I think that well, of course, I just left GSBA, and I've been looking at the architects and all of the construction people. I have some stuff for you. So literally, I think that this is a great opportunity for us to be as efficient as we can, but also be a little bit forward thinking, because what I heard from all of the schools that presented in terms of how they have maximized their student achievement and they've improved all of their scores, they literally have just expanded their programming. And I know that we are very firm on the construction pathway being there. I'm excited about that. But I heard so many things about performing arts and how that was the great motivator that helped generate a lot of changes in students' not only behavior, but their, I call it self-actualization. It allows them to explore who they are and find themselves, and that contributes to their commitment to learning. So I think that I love what's happening at this space. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the expansion. I'm calling it that from the Career Academy. And I know that the community is very anxious to work with us in terms of helping it be more accessible, especially Hill Chapel. They've said several times that they would want to work with us if there was something that we could do with them. So a lot of possibilities. Not to mention those driverless cars I saw.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Anyone else? Yeah, Dr. Gant.
I just wanted to also remind us, the board or the committee, whoever sits on the committee, wanted to be sure we're forward thinking. I know with the construction pathway, we're sort of building it to suit those needs, but at some point really wanting to be sure how we can actually partner with our efforts as it relates to sustainability and workforce development. And so being sure that if that is truly going to be something that we explore, that there are not any physical limitations of the building. Like we wouldn't want to get in there and then say, well, yeah, but with this particular pathway, we need this amount of space. And because we don't have that, then we can't develop this particular program out. So whoever is on the committee, just wanted to be sure that that stays at least on the radar of the committee.
Thank you for pointing to me, but I think it is so important that when things are happening within our districts that elected us, that board member needs to be on these building committees so that, again, there will be that continuity and an exchange. So for whichever district you're in, yeah, I think your board member needs to be a part of the building committee because you're going to be the person who's most in touch with the community agents and the people that are trying to make that community whole.
All right. Hey, John, one thing real quick, and then we can move on. I heard that there's some concern that it's going to be called the Career Academy and not West Broad. So I just want you on record now saying that we are going to be calling this the West Broad School.
Yeah, it's West Broad.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. All right. Anything else? Okay, great. All right, moving on. SPLOST. Yay.
So we have some slide pictures update of Gaines Elementary. I'm going to take you on a different tour. We're going to go counterclockwise this time. So first slide, we're expanding the canopy. This was one of the requests of the school. So extended canopy and sidewalk as well. Next slide, we got loading dock, expanded loading dock and dry storage. That works well underway. We've also put in a parking area for the Hillsman Health Clinic. So we're able to kind of get people off of the dirt from parking in the dirt and actually have parking spaces for them and better access to the clinic. This is an overhead view of the back area. The big area to the left of the parking is going to be the soccer field or play field in the back of the school, and it has a new playground that'll be on the left side as well. Kind of coming around, basketball court has been installed. The areas, you may not see them, but they're highlighted in red or circled in red, are foundations for shade structures that are going in, and we'll be expanding the turf area as well. Trying to keep them out of the mud. Now, I can pave all day or put grass out, but if there's a strip of mud, they walk in the mud. I just, kids will be kids. I don't know what you do. Front parking area, we expanded parking. Once we get the parking lot cleaned up, we're probably going to seal coat and restripe. Inside the building, within the first week, all the interior demolition was complete, and the contractor was already putting ceiling grid back in and painting rooms. You can see new ceiling grids going in on some of the hallways. This is the media center, lights and ceiling going in, as well as one of the classrooms on one of the halls, finished painting. Again, HVAC. This is the cafeteria expansion where the stage has been removed and expanded seating area. So that's a big chunk of work. This is one of our hallways, the D wing with the finishes, carpet going in, walls being painted, gymnasium, ceiling painted, getting ready to put flooring down. And just the main hallway, new ceiling grid and lights going in as well. This is the D hall, which is finished. We actually are using the D hall to move some of the teachers' belongings into those rooms, and then we can move them back once the remaining wings are done. So we're making good progress, and we're, knock on wood, we're on schedule. So, any questions on Gaines?
Dr. Gann.
I just want to clarify, during the budgeting season, different people reach out with questions, and this was one about the Gaines renovation project.
Mm-hmm.
So in the SPLOST report that you provide, that's all of the projects that were under the Gaines renovation, right?
Well, that's all there's a listing of all the projects and the expenses per project.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see like the financial reports from, I guess there's a little bit of money from 5 and SPLOST 6. So that'll give you all of the expenditures that we've had.
And as far as the actual projects themselves, like on the report where it says the Gaines Elementary renovation project, like if somebody wanted to know, what all are we doing at Gaines? What have we done? What will we be doing? We can pretty much take this list of things that we have here in the report as the list of projects and renovations for Gaines, right?
Yes, but you won't have a full description to know, you know, what all we're doing there, but you'll see a total dollar amount that we're spending for those projects. So that's under the financial report. If you go into the description of what we're doing, yeah, there's a write-up on the first page with the SPLOST monthly report, which lists everything that we're doing, all the work that's going on at that snapshot at that time. Yeah.
Anyone else? All right. Community Oversight Committee.
We met last week, talking about, you know, always wanting to add new members, their discussion on promoting East Plus 7, and they're getting their group together for that. One thing that we did talk about was Athens-Clarke County having a flossed tax this November. So I think they're actually going to have a special called meeting about that. So that concerns me, because now not only are we renewing the East Flossed, you're adding another 1% sales tax. So it's imperative that our LSGTs and our PTOs and folks really talk up and promote as much as they can. You know, they're not school people, but, you know, they can talk about it and promote the East Floss, because, again, I don't want people to get confused that, you know, now we have another tax potentially being added to the ballot as well.
Okay. Well, that was happy. Anything on that? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Galbraith.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Next is the item number 11, Early Head Start Policy Council meeting minutes and reports.
I did attend the May meeting, and there's nothing special, just what's in the report.
Okay, all right. B, Athens Area Community Foundation.
I really don't have anything to report. We have another board meeting on August 25th, and a new board training that I actually may attend, even though I've been on this board. That's going to happen at the beginning of August, too. I think that's August 18th.
Okay. All right. Envision Athens.
Yeah, like what I brought up last month about the, potential pretty large change that was being proposed for Envision Athens to become the entity that does the Athens-Clarke County Affordable Housing Fund. The commission voted just this week, to do that. So they did move forward. So there is going to be the next meeting of Envision Athens, which is going to be at the end of this month, is going to be discussing, a very different budget moving forward and different reason for existing. So again, if anybody has concerns with that, I know there's something right now, I think it's in this year's budget, but it might be something that this body wants to think about if what our involvement will be with Envision Athens, since the scope is drastically changed now. So.
Okay, all right. Well, that's something for us to look into. Thank you, Mr. Denson. All right, number 12, superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Just want to highlight that we had a great close to the school year, highlighting that with 3 amazing graduation ceremonies. And congratulations to our parents who are on the stage here on the graduation of your students. I think I shared last month as well that 91% of our seniors did complete our requirements to receive their gifted savings investment portfolio. So we are definitely excited about that. Our registration team is out and about this summer. They are hitting the road to help parents get their students registered for the 2026-27 school year. And they are also traveling, have our innovative learning lab traveling with them to locations around Athens. And so they will be at Nellie B on June 16th from 8 a.m. until noon, and they will be at Parkview on June 16th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. They will be at Rock Springs on June 17th at 8 p.m. to noon, and in Broad Acres from 1 to 4. And again, it is not required that people meet with our registration team to complete registration. We have moved that to be fully online, but if they need any type of assistance, then they can come. They do not need an appointment to be able to come and get assistance, and their kids can enjoy the Innovative Learning Lab while they take care of that. On the rolling registration as well, just keeping in mind that our first day of school is August 5th, and so this helps them not be here right before that time in the rush that typically happens. And so we are encouraging everyone, please take advantage of this time now to complete our registrations. And that also ensures that if there are any hiccups or any additional documents that they need, that they have plenty of time to get that. So act now, don't wait. So get the word out, please. We would also like to invite everyone to join us on June 30th here at the district office, where we will be providing an opportunity for individuals, organizations, parents, and some of our community partners to learn more around the work that we're doing to build a culture of literacy, but thinking about it for our next chapter. And so it's entitled Culture of Literacy, the Next Chapter. And this is an opportunity to really understand how we must come together as a community to establish a culture of literacy across Athens, not just here within the school district, and making sure that we're understanding the impact that we can have if we begin to think about literacy from birth, prior to actually entering into our schools, either through pre-K or kindergarten. And it actually starts during gestation and the critical things that must happen with our pregnant moms during that time that supports the brain development. And so we will have special guests joining us to provide an overview of some of the work that we've done with our principals in understanding that, so that they can too understand how they can support that work through their organizations or as individuals supporting the development of our students prior to them enrolling in school. We are asking that individuals do RSVP, because we will be providing lunch as a part of that, because it runs from 11 to 1. So we have provided information and links available through our various social media. You can also find more information through our communications department by emailing them. We are excited to share that two Georgia students and one of our students will have their work displayed in the Smithsonian Institute. And so Ari Harper, who is a student at Hillsman Middle School and who completed a project with the National History Day, will have her project, The Revolution of Black Hair Products and Tools, showcased at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. So we are excited about that. Congratulations are also in order to our Human Resource Division on winning a Platinum Award for Best in Class for our employee benefits process. And this was presented by the Georgia Association of School Personnel Administrators. And we also want to say congratulations to our communications department, who won 6 awards from the National School Public Relations Association. So 3 awards of excellence, 1 award of merit, and 2 honorable mentions for special publications, photography, and video. This week, we welcome nearly 40 new employees to Clark County during our new hire orientation, and there are still many employment opportunities available, so we do encourage everyone to visit our website at ccsdjobs.org for more information. And I want to just close by saying a special thank you to Nicole Hull for your years of service on this board and the contributions that you have made to the students of CCSD. We truly appreciate your expertise that you brought, the advocacy that you provided for our students, and for being that person that is always present and ready to represent our cool kids. And so we look forward to continuing to hear about and see the work that you do for students across the state of Georgia and even nationally. And we thank you for your service. We know that we will continue to see you, and we will continue to hear from you as you continue to advocate and make sure that CCSD is the place that it needs to be for all students. And that ends my report.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Oh, look, item 13 says adjournment. I need a motion and a second,
I
please.
so moved.
How about Ms. Hall make the,
Oh, okay, we'll let you do it this time.
Thank you all. I promise I'm gonna adjourn real quick, but just thank you. I didn't move into this seat wanting to ever be a politician, but there was a need, and 6 years later, we've done some amazing things, and the district is in amazing hands. So I'm just so grateful to my colleagues, to the district, to the voters of D8. So I move that we adjourn this meeting.
all right, I need a second.
I will second.
Second. And before I ask for a vote, I'd also like to say thank you to Dr. Anderson, who has really taken a ship that has had to deal with a lot of storms, and you've been a great captain. And we would not be the board that we are without your leadership, and we thank you. And we hope you enjoy. Okay. All right. And with that,
Come on,
yep.
it's been great.
And can I get a vote to adjourn? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, 9-0. Good enough. All right, we'll see you.